Chapter 2040. It was as if an ox had been dismembered, and it was unforgettable. How could he not understand how his psyche had been formed? The formation of his psyche was equivalent to the formation of his godhood. The principle behind it was the combination and arrangement of magical laws and the resulting stable structure. Because of that, he was able to understand the profundities of the magical laws in his godhood. The process of reassembling his psyche had deepened his understanding of it. Chu Yang's psyche recovered, and he couldn't help but complain. I say, big bro, can't we go easy on him? Jing Wuming's attack was truly vicious. Swish! Lifeless Jing didn't pay attention to Chu Yang. He waved his hand again and cut Chu Yang's spiritual body into two halves. One half of it was flowing water, and the other half was raging fire, and the other was burning fiercely. Then it changed into night and day, moon and sun, yin and yang. Then everything returned to normal. Jing Wuming's chop was the yin-yang cleaving dawn and dusk, which divided yin and yang. Chu Yang's Tao of Taiji and Wuji contained such principles, so it didn't affect him much. I say, big bro, Yang Qi said, let's go easy on him. Chu Yang's scalp went numb. Jing Wuming was simply too vicious. His psyche was like a godhood, but he could cut it in half with ease. At this moment, he could handle it, but he might not be able to in the next moment. 4 quadrants. Jing Wuming spat out 2 words. With a horizontal and vertical hand chop, he cut Chu Yang's spirit body into 4 parts, forming the vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger. 4 quadrants from yin and yang. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Chu Yang. His psyche recovered, and his psyche trembled. 4 quadrants yin-yang bottle. Chu Yang finally understood what Jing Wuming was doing. He was reminding him of Gong Sunlong's strength and what he was good at. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In his spiritual world, Jing Wuming transformed and a treasure bottle appeared. There was no yin and yang on it, nor were there the 4 divisions. However, the mouth of the bottle was like a black hole, erupting with a great suction force, wanting to swallow Chu Yang and even Chu Yang's entire spiritual world. This was an indescribable devouring power. As expected, it really is the yin-yang 4 symbols vase. Chu Yang was shocked, but he also completely understood. In order to reassure Jing Wuming, he immediately activated 100 grotto heavens and roared, "Freeze!" Buzz, buzz, buzz. His body trembled violently. Layer after layer of heavenly passages appeared at his lower abdomen, erupting with dazzling radiance. In an instant, he seemed to have transformed from a speck of dust into a star. The vase could suck in dust, but it definitely couldn't devour a star. Chu Yang easily blocked the astonishing suction force from the treasure bottle. Hiss! At this moment, from the pitch-black mouth of the vase, a red snake's forked tongue suddenly emerged. The entire vase suddenly turned into a huge, illusory snake, rushing over with a swoosh. The huge snake's mouth seemed to want to swallow the entire world. With a crunch, it swallowed Chu Yang into its stomach. The huge snake was too blurry, and it collapsed in an instant. Chu Yang escaped and appeared in his own spiritual world. What kind of snake is this? Chu Yang already understood each of Jing Wuming's intentions. The yin and yang and quadrants of the 4 quadrants yin-yang bottle were just a cover, an illusion. Even the vase was a cover. The essence of the 4 quadrants yin-yang bottle was a snake. Chapter 2041. I don't know. Jing Wuming's answer disappointed Chu Yang. It could be the heaven devourer serpent. Jing Wuming hesitated for a moment, then added, it's also possible that the heaven devourer serpent is just a facade, and that Gong Sunlong has the heaven devourer great emperor's inheritance. The heaven devourer great emperor. Chu Yang's pupils constricted. The heavenly spirit world's great emperors were equivalent to the sovereigns of the gods' world. He didn't need to know who the heaven devourer great emperor was. Although there were differences in strength between great emperors and sovereigns, anything related to a great emperor was shocking. After all, a great emperor was a peerless existence. Gong Sunlong had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. There's another possibility. Jing Wuming said. Gong Sun Long is the heaven-devourer great emperor's descendant, but there's no way to prove it. Descendant or not, it didn't make much of a difference. Chuyang didn't care about that. What he cared about was that it would be very difficult to kill Gong Sun Long this time. Are you scared? Chuyang was stunned for a moment when he heard Jing Wuming's voice. Then he laughed loudly. I say, big brother, who am I? In the god's world, Chuyang dared to provoke even the sovereigns, let alone a mere Gong Sun Long. So what if Gong Sun Long was the descendant of a great emperor? Chuyang was confident that he wouldn't lose out to a great emperor's descendant. Jing Wuming was surprised. He frowned. Don't be so blind. The inheritance of a great emperor was no small matter. Although Chuyang was talented, he might not be able to deal with it. In fact, Lifeless Thorn had already spoken a little too much. Big brother, don't worry, Chuyang said confidently. Jing Wuming was silent for a moment, then said, I need proof. For Jing Wuming, this was too much of sissy. Chuyang immediately felt warmth in his heart. With a thought, his devil soul appeared in front of Jing Wuming. Big brother, is this enough? At first, Jing Wuming was a little confused, but then he exclaimed in shock, the aura of a great emperor. The extent of his shock was definitely not great. The reason for this was because of his nature. The light also appeared in front of Jing Wuming. Big brother, if you think it's not enough, is this enough? Great emperor's aura. Jing Wuming exclaimed again, but he quickly corrected himself. No, this is the aura of the sovereign of the god realm. Not bad. Chuyang was not worried that his secrets would be leaked. Furthermore, Jing Wuming already knew the secrets of his 100 heavenly abodes, so there was no harm in knowing more. Naturally, these were not the most important reasons. The most important reason was that he had opened his heart and was sincere. Jing Wuming did not have much to do with him, and he was extremely cold, but he had shown his sincerity. For such a person, Chuyang would rather believe the wrong person and pay the price in the end to show his sincerity, especially for someone like Jing Wuming. Big brother, Chuyang finally said with incomparable confidence, I'm definitely not inferior to any great emperor's inheritor or any great emperor's descendant. Jing Wuming's eyes were filled with surprise and shock, but there was also a hint of warmth in his eyes. However, he did not say anything and directly left Chuyang's spiritual world. Chuyang's spiritual world followed him out, and he immediately heard Jing Wuming coldly announce to everyone, This is my younger brother. Do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, his deathly still eyes slowly swept across the entire place. After that, his entire body silently disappeared, completely disappearing from sight. Chapter 2042. That's my younger brother. Silence filled the air. In the end, no one could have guessed that it wasn't Jing Wuming's real body. It wasn't even a doppelganger, and yet it still seemed so shocking. Chuyang was also shocked, but he already knew the answer from the Ice Koan. He also understood why his spiritual body, which was like a godhead, could be dismembered so easily. After he left the stage, the crowd went into an uproar. Chu Hang is Jing Wuming's younger brother. If anyone dares to touch Chu Hang, Jing Wuming will deal with their entire family. Wild dog, who dares to say that in the future? What does the Sky Demon Academy mean? Are they already on the side of the Eastern Wilderness? So what if the Sky Demon Academy isn't on the side of the Eastern Wilderness? A death god like Jing Wuming is already scary enough. Looking at his cultivation, he should be even more terrifying. Chuyang understood the impact of these words. However, if he knew Jing Wuming's identity, he would have realized that his judgment was far from his colleagues. On the closed spectator stands, the leaders of the Sky Sword Academy, Sky Academy, Star Academy, and Myriad Academy couldn't help but look at the leaders of the Sky Demon Academy and Divine Firmament Academy. Brother Gua, Brother Duan, is this also your idea? Jing Wuming was the grandson of the Sky Demon Academy's leader and the grandson of the Divine Firmament Academy's leader. The leaders of the other 4 academies naturally knew about this. Moreover, Jing Wuming had been a supreme genius since he was young, so he had long been noticed by the other 6 academies. Neither the leaders of the Sky Demon Academy nor the Divine Firmament Academy said anything. They didn't deny it, but they didn't admit it either. However, this was enough to explain many things. At this moment, the East Continent Inspector was also very surprised that such a turn of events had occurred. The 6 academies were almost divided from the inside. Brother Gua, the leader of the Myriad Academy, said, "How does your grandson have a relationship with the Eastern Wilderness?" Censure and rebuke were just different methods. It's actually very simple. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Institute said, "Everyone, you should know that my grandson once obtained a great treasure and was almost killed by someone. At that time, he was saved by a man from the Eastern Wilderness. That person is Chu Yang's elder brother, the so-called Chu Fei." The leader of the Heavenly Demon Academy nodded. "It is indeed him. It's just a life-saving grace. Don't you think it's too much, Brother Gua? After all, the 6 campuses are of the same branch." The Heavenly Demon Institute's leader smiled wryly. At that time, he was carrying a great treasure and was on the brink of death. Any random passerby could have killed him and taken away his treasures. That Chu Fei clearly knew that he had a great treasure on him and was clearly scolded as a wild dog. However, not only did he not kill him, he also did not take away the treasure. Instead, he risked his life to save him. When the East Continent Patrol Inspector heard this, he sighed. Is there really such a person in this world? This kind of person is really admirable. The leaders of the Sky Academy couldn't help but sigh. However, only they knew whether they were mocking Chu Fei or praising Chu Fei in disguise. I wonder what that great treasure is. Someone asked such a question. Naturally, they thought that the so-called great treasure was definitely not precious. A great treasure that can help one become a sage. As soon as the leader of the Heavenly Demon Institute spoke, the others were all shocked. How could they not be tempted by a great treasure that could help one become a sage? They were really surprised. If they encountered such an opportunity, they would probably be unable to resist such a temptation. They would definitely kill Jing Wuming and seize the great treasure. Chapter 2043. That Chu Fei is really admirable. The leader of the Star Combat Academy could also say, that Chu Fei is really a fool, a super fool. There's probably no such fool in the world. That's right, it's really amazing. The Eastern Wilderness actually produced such an outstanding person. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Academy observed their expressions and continued. It's fine if that's all. That Chu Fei and Wu Ming both love the saber and saber techniques to the extreme. They regret not meeting each other earlier and see each other as close friends. Especially when Wu Ming asked Chu Fei why he didn't take the opportunity to kill him and seize the treasure. Chu Fei's answer gave him a great shock and also a great inspiration. That inspiration was the opportunity for him to become a saint. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Academy couldn't help but reveal an expression of admiration. Chu Fei said that the saber is one of his most treasured treasures. He won't allow his saber to fall because of him. No matter how strong or good a saber technique obtained from killing someone is, it's regressive and blasphemous to his saber and saber techniques. He also said that all the saber techniques in the world were created by humans. He doesn't have any now, but he will definitely create one in the future. Not taking unjust gains was the demeanor of a gentleman. Yu Dao's sincerity made people sigh in admiration. The patrol inspector of the East Continent and the others had a general understanding of how Chu Fei and Jing Wuming became brothers. However, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Academy didn't mention that Chu Fei was discriminated against by the people of the East Continent and was also in the process of being hunted down. He was already in a difficult situation, but he still saved others. This was even more commendable. In addition, the two of them were in danger and shared life and death together. If you treat me as a brother, I will naturally return the favor as a brother. Therefore, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Academy and the leader of the Divine Firmament Academy could understand Jing Wuming's actions today. Brother Gua, there's still something I don't understand. The leader of the Sky Academy said, since your grandson and Chu Fei are as close as brothers, why didn't he do anything when one of Chu Fei's arms was cut off? He was in seclusion at that time. Sacred Pass. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Academy nodded. He only came out of seclusion a few days after the Six Academies Alliance tournament began. I'm afraid, Brother Gua didn't expect your grandson to become a saint as soon as he came out of seclusion. Congratulations, Brother Gua. Congratulations, Brother Duan. The 6 leaders of the 6 academies had gone into seclusion countless times before entering the saint realm. Among the 6 of them, the number of times they went into seclusion was definitely no less than 10 times before they became sages. To become a sage after just one seclusion, it could only be said that Jing Wuming was amazing. Thus, it was inevitable that their congratulations would carry some unpleasant feelings. Brother Beigong, Brother Taoba, you are too polite. Although the leaders of the Heavenly Demon Academy and the Divine Firmament Academy said so, the smiles on their faces could not be concealed, and their hearts were fully exposed. Because of Jing Wuming, it could be said that this 6 Academies Alliance tournament had brought about a great change. At least the leaders of the Heavenly Demon Academy and the Divine Firmament Academy would not stand on Chu Yang's side openly, but they would probably secretly help him. Jing Wuming was one reason, and Chu Yang was also extremely amazing. After all, the East Continent was too small. When Jing Wuming stepped into the Central Continent one day, he would eventually need someone to help him, and Chu Yang was the best person to do so. In the eyes of the 2 leaders, there was almost no doubt that Chu Yang would become a sage. Naturally, it was not only the leaders of the 6 academies who were affected, but also the students of the 6 academies. No matter whether they were happy or angry with Chu Yang or anything else, they could only endure it. Chapter 2044. In the first round, Jing Wuming gave up. Chu Yang won and entered the top 4. The second round was between Gongsun Long and Chun Burang. Chun Burang also gave up. No one knew if Chun Burang's choice was because he hated Chu Yang or if it was for some other reason. However, his choice helped Gongsun Long to enter the top 4. The winners of the next 2 rounds were Long Xiaojun from the Sky Sword Academy and Ma Juexing from the Star Academy. Chu Yang was not surprised that Long Xiaojun won. After all, when he met Long Xiaojun in the Sky Academy, Long Xiaojun was already a half-step saint. As for Ma Juexing, he was a bit of a dark horse. Before this, Chu Yang had no impression of such a person. The top 4 was like the top 8 and the top 16. People only talked about it for a short while before the matches started. The difference was that the arena this time was more solid than the previous ones. A Nirvana Realm cultivator would not be able to damage the arena at all. However, this was far from enough. Therefore, a formation was set up to support the arena. The drawing of lots for the top 4 was essentially the same as the top 8. However, there were only 4 people in the top 4. After the first group was drawn, the other group was naturally drawn. I wonder who will meet who in the first round of the top 4. Could it be that Chu Yang encountered Gongsun Long directly and directly exploded? If the first round of the top 4 is between Gongsun Long and Chu Yang, it will be more interesting than the finals. Chu Yang and Gongsun Long have a lot of grudges. If it's really them, hee. While people were talking, the referee had already started drawing lots. When Gongsun Long's name was drawn, there was an uproar. When the referee was about to draw the next name, the uproar in the crowd became louder and more uncontrollable. They were also looking forward to it. Do you think it will be Chu Yang? Who knows? Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Don't worry, it definitely won't be Chu Hang. I can guarantee it with my head, someone said with certainty. Because of this certainty, someone was naturally confused. Why are you so sure? What if it's really Chu Hang? I don't live in the same world as a fool. Think about it yourself. Someone immediately laughed and said, haven't you noticed that Gongsun Long has entered the top 16? It's either he has a bye or his opponents have given up. After many people heard this, they instantly understood. Accompanied by a lot of noise, the referee finally picked out Gongsun Long's opponent. When this name came out, the whole place went into an uproar again. Long Xiaojun. Gongsun Long's opponent was a half-step Xiaojun. Xiaojun. Someone said Xiaojun. Xiaojun is Xiaojun. Xiaojun is a half-step saint. Gong Sun Long's good luck is completely over. What kind of trick is this? What kind of trick is this? Gong Sun Long has already met Xiaojun. If it's a trick, it should be Chu Hang who meets Xiaojun. Once the result of the draw was out, the suspicion of the Six Academies Alliance competition being manipulated was immediately cleared. Almost no one doubted the fairness of the competition. Of course, Chuyang was not among these people. Chuyang was also very confused about the result of the draw. He didn't know what kind of trick his opponent was playing. To be honest, he was already prepared to face Xiaojun in the most difficult competition. Therefore, the result was too unexpected for him. Will Xiaojun directly admit defeat? Chapter 2045. Are you guessing that I will give up right away? This voice was directed at Chuyang. The person who had spoken hadn't even stepped onto the stage yet. Who else could this person be other than Long Xiaojun? Gong Sun Long would never say such a thing. Chuyang and Long Xiaojun immediately became the center of attention, while Gong Sun Long seemed to have been forgotten. Long Xiaojun was wearing a white scholar's robe. If it weren't for the unrestrained expression on his face, he would have looked suave and elegant. His face was full of joy, and his smile was like a blooming flower. However, he seemed to be restraining himself on purpose. He wanted to savor this joy bit by bit and drag it out as long as possible. He was like a child who couldn't bear to finish his favorite candy in one go. Chuyang was very sure that Long Xiaojun hated him to the bone because he had used the Thunder Tribulation to oppress and humiliate Long Xiaojun last time. Long Xiaojun had probably waited too long for such a revenge. Shang Wanlan had stepped forward, so Long Xiaojun had compromised and sworn that he would never harm Chuyang. The glory of his family had become his shackles and cage. What exactly is this fella planning? Chuyang frowned but didn't say anything. At this moment, Gong Sun Long had already stepped into the ring. But Long Xiaojun wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and looked at Chuyang. Then, he slowly walked into the ring. He happily walked around the arena and said with interest, "Let me see which one of the two results is better." Gong Sun Long's face had already turned sullen. He had been completely ignored by Long Xiaojun. First, Long Xiaojun extended a finger in enjoyment. Then, he sized up Chuyang carefully and observed Chuyang's reaction. If I beat Gong Sun Long, I will enter the finals. I will definitely meet you then. He was very certain. Although the other semi-final hadn't started yet, he was already sure that the one who would enter the finals would be Chuyang. The so-called Ma Zhuixing was just a piece of shit. Ma Zhuixing was naturally unhappy, but he wasn't angry at all. This was Long Xiaojun, a half-saint Long Xiaojun. In that case, Long Xiaojun closed his eyes and began to imagine, if I were to fight with you, I would definitely defeat you and humiliate you. But that would be my limit. Although it is a large competition, I am afraid that I will be criticized if I kill you in the end. This is really uncomfortable. He couldn't help but look annoyed as he talked to himself. Then, he laughed happily and extended another finger. The second possibility is that I let Gong Sun Long enter the finals and let you kill Gong Sun Long in the finals. After a pause, he closed his eyes again and said, I've already seen it. You killed your enemy. Not only did you resolve your grudge, you even won first place in one fell swoop. You killed two birds with one stone. That high-spirited and awe-inspiring appearance of yours really makes my heart uncomfortable. I hate to see that proud look of yours. I hate it to death. Long Xiaojun was arrogant and unscrupulous enough. He revealed his inner thoughts bit by bit in front of everyone. So, he quickly made a decision. I choose to enter the finals myself. At least then, I can humiliate you. Then he smiled again. How do you feel? How do you feel now? Can you tell me? I'm really curious. Ha! He mocked and teased. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh. He was extremely happy. Up to you. Chuyang finally spoke. He was very calm. Chapter 2046. Long Xiaojun, you are a semi-sage. Isn't that more valuable? Chuyang couldn't help but ask. Long Xiaojun was naturally difficult to deal with. He was definitely no match for him, But he couldn't show weakness now and let Long Xiaojun see through him. Do you think you can beat me? Long Xiaojun obviously understood what Chu Yang meant. His smile turned cold. What's so great about you? Chu Yang's tone became even more sarcastic. To me, it doesn't matter whether it's you or Gong Sun Long in the finals. It doesn't matter who it is, because the result is already decided. No one can stop me from winning. It was quite domineering and also extremely elegant. Long Xiaojun's eyes seemed to have been pricked by needles. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. Don't you feel bad if you don't kill Gong Sun Long in the finals? Chu Yang smiled. That would be even better, but it doesn't matter if I don't kill him. Gong Sun Long is already a dead man. Whenever I want to kill him, he will have to die. Letting him live in fear for a long time may not be a bad choice. What do you think? Wild dog, you're talking big. Gong Sun Long couldn't hold it in. Many people couldn't hold it in after being insulted like that, especially by their enemy. There was a crisp sound. People saw Long Xiaojun turn around like a furious tyrant and slap Gong Sun Long's face. In an instant, blood and white teeth flew everywhere. Half of Gong Sun Long's face was already swollen. Gong Sun Long, you're just someone's dog. How dare you interrupt me when I'm talking? Long Xiaojun looked at Gong Sun Long coldly. His expression was extremely cold. In his rage, he looked like he could explode and kill anyone at any time. Gong Sun Long closed his eyes and didn't make a sound. He endured the humiliation. In people's eyes, Gong Sun Long was as majestic as the clouds. There was nothing majestic about him. On the other hand, Chu Yang was completely different. And it was Long Xiaojun who caused all this. He made Chu Yang look like his master and made Gong Sun Long look like a dog. After dealing with Gong Sun Long, Long Xiaojun looked ferocious. He stared at Chu Yang fiercely. Are you going to use the lightning trial again? I promised that I wouldn't use the lightning trial in the competition. Chu Yang said calmly. He thought to himself, I'll find a chance to kill this Long Xiaojun. Formation, is it? You've also noticed that there's a high chance of you losing to me, right? Chu Yang didn't answer him directly. So, you're feeling guilty and want to know if my array formation has reached the level of a semi-sage? It's just that. He added, I think you can use your imagination. Chu Yang was talking nonsense all over the place. He didn't even have a filter on his mouth. He could even boast about it. Long Xiaojun suddenly burst into laughter. Chu Yang, even if you are as cunning as a ghost, I can still see through your flaws. You have no confidence in winning against me. Is he testing me? Chu Yang wasn't sure, but he said calmly, I've said it before. It's up to you. Do whatever you want. Long Xiaojun snorted. Do you really think I can't see through you? Then, without turning his head, he roared, Gong Sun Long, get out of here. There was no sound. People looked behind Long Xiaojun. They were confused. Gong Sun Long, do you want me to kill you? Long Xiaojun was enraged. His face was ferocious. He suddenly turned around and stirred up a tornado. However, when he suddenly saw a golden token in Gong Sun Long's hand, his ferocious face instantly froze. On the golden token, there was the word trust. This was the token of Long Xiaojun's family. Long Xiaojun couldn't be hostile to anyone who had this token, and he had to agree to one thing. A promise was worth 1,000 gold. Long Xiaojun's family treasured it the most. Now it was a shackle again. Chapter 2047. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. Rolling sound waves rushed into the sky and dispersed the white clouds in the sky. Long Xiaojun, I ask you to step down. Gong Sun Long enunciated his words clearly. Everyone could hear him clearly. They didn't know what the golden token represented. How could they order Long Xiaojun around? But that wasn't important. What was important was that Long Xiaojun seemed to have no choice but to compromise. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. You must hate Gong Sun Long even more now. I will find another chance. This was Long Xiaojun's reply. Oh, Chu Yang didn't hold back. You can count how scared you are right now. You are even more despicable than Gong Sun Long. Of course I know that. Chu Yang laughed even more happily. But what can you do to me? Long Xiaojun was so angry that he almost fainted. He didn't want to be provoked anymore, so he flew away. Duh. On the arena, Gong Sun Long took a step forward and looked coldly at Chu Yang. He said, "Wild dog, don't even qualify for the finals." Gong Sun Long and Chu Yang hadn't even met yet, but the situation had already deteriorated to such an extent. People didn't know how the battle would turn out if they met in the finals. Gong Sun Long, congratulations on making it to the finals. Chu Yang didn't care about Gong Sun Long's provocation and congratulated him with a smile. "I will let you know that you are just a dog. You will never be able to rise again." Gong Sun Long threw out such a venomous sentence. Then, he stormed off the arena in a fit of rage. Chu Yang's smile was also cold. He had heard enough of wild dog. From now on, he wouldn't dare to say that to anyone. Dong! The arena shook violently. Before the referee could say anything, a tall and burly young man landed on the arena like a star. Only when he stood still did people see his face clearly. It was a square face. His entire face was very flat, like a rough carving. "Wild dog, come up and die." As soon as Gong Sun Long said, "Wild dog," this person immediately followed up. It was as if they were in a relay race. Huh. Chu Yang was so angry that he laughed. "You really don't know how to write the word death. Long Xiaojun is a half-saint. I don't even care about him. You are only at LV8 Life Realm." What? This person was naturally Ma Juexing. 3 out of the top 4 had emerged, leaving only Ma Juexing. Wild dog. Ma Juexing sneered. "You're only relying on the array formation. Even if you set it up, will it be of any use? Look at what this is." He took out a small purple flag in an extremely playful manner and waved it in front of Chu Yang's eyes. It seemed as if he was showing off. But Chu Yang didn't know that it was a flag. The formation-breaking flag, was Juexing, was formation. When he was in the Sky Academy, he had encountered this flag. He didn't expect to encounter it again today. Let me tell you, this formation-breaking flag can restrain saint-level formations. Ma Juexing said. He was so proud of himself that he couldn't help but laugh. Whoosh! Chu Yang flew into the field. With a loud bang, the 5 mother-child heavenly demon cauldrons, the mother cauldrons, and the child cauldrons appeared. They formed a huge formation in the air. Then, with a loud bang, the power of thunder and lightning was about to strike. Ma Juexing was shocked. He immediately threw out the formation-breaking flag. However, a 5-colored light swept over, and the formation-breaking flag disappeared in an instant. Rumble. The 5 mother-child heavenly demon cauldrons formed the 5 elements formation. They absorbed the power of heaven and earth and transformed it into the power of the 5 elements. They were like 5 heavenly rivers flowing in the air. They gathered in the formation and transformed into endless power of thunder and lightning. In the blink of an eye, a huge bolt of lightning struck Ma Juexing like a giant axe. As the sky shook and the earth shook, it struck Ma Juexing. Ma Juexing was like a black charcoal. His whole body was smoking, and there was still sizzling lightning flashing on his body. His body swayed twice, but he persevered. He stared at Chu Yang with his eyes wide open. What kind of magical power is that? You don't need to know. With a thud, Ma Juexing fell to the ground and died. His eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. Clean and efficient, he instantly chased after the star. Chapter 2048. Shocking, absolutely shocking. When Ma Juexing took out the formation-breaking flag, when everyone thought that Chu Yang was in trouble, Ma Juexing was actually killed in an instant. It was clean and tidy, and it only took an instant. It could be said that this was another facade of the Chu clan. Ma Juexing was very strong. Everyone understood that this was a show of strength by Chu Yang against Gong Sun Long. Are you scared? Chu Yang stood in the air, facing Gong Sun Long's gaze, and spoke indifferently. They didn't know how Gong Sun Long would respond, and they didn't know what he was thinking. However, at this moment, they felt an enormous pressure in their hearts. Chu Yang was a 9th grade formation master. Even if he had the formation-breaking flag, it would be useless. It would definitely be taken away by Chu Yang's divine ability. How would they respond? Gong Sun Long's cultivation level had definitely not reached the life realm. Facing a ninth-grade formation, he would definitely die. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Gong Sun Long's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he said mockingly, "Wild dog, what's the difference between you and Ma Juexing? Don't you think you're overestimating yourself?" The crowd was in an uproar. Ma Juexing didn't know Chu Yang's strength. So how could Chu Yang know Chu Yang's strength? There was nothing wrong with his words. From this, it seemed that it was possible for Gong Sun Long to kill a life realm martial artist, and it was also possible for him to resist a ninth-grade formation. Are you saying that if I can do it, you, Gong Sun Long, can do it too? Chu Yang wasn't surprised by Gong Sun Long's counterattack. He was just testing Gong Sun Long, and the answer he received made his heart sink slightly. It wasn't a problem for Gong Sun Long to kill a life realm martial artist. Perhaps many people still had doubts about this point, but Chu Yang was extremely sure of it. Gong Sun Long's martial soul was the yin-yang four symbols vase, which was just a facade. His martial soul was the heaven-devouring serpent, which made it possible that he was a descendant of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Is using the five-color divine light to kill a piece of trash like Ma Juexing very impressive? The sneer on Gong Sun Long's face deepened as he said again, "You have already exposed one of your trump cards. What is there to be proud of?" This was the truth. Of course, Chu Yang could refute. "Gong Sun Long, you used Ni Yuan Kai, Ma Juexing, and the others to test my strength. What do you have to say?" However, he did not say that it was Gong Sun Long's doing. In the end, Gong Sun Long did not reveal his strength. Until now, no one knew what Gong Sun Long was capable of and what his true strength was. This was undoubtedly a supreme advantage. Chu Yang realized that his arrogance just now was not worth it. Everyone's focus was naturally different. They were focused on Chu Yang's ability, the five-color divine light. When Gong Sun Long uttered the words five-color divine light, there was an uproar. The five-color divine light is actually a five-color divine light that can wipe out all things. Chu Hang actually has such a supreme ability. The five-color divine light is extremely difficult to cultivate. Without racial talent, like the Peacock King, how can one cultivate it? To cultivate the five-color divine light, one needs to have an extremely deep understanding of the five elements. It seems that Chu Hang's understanding of the five elements has reached an extremely high level. I'm afraid that no one in the Eastern continent can compare to him. No one in the Eastern continent can compare to him. This basically meant that no one in the Eastern continent could cultivate the five-color divine light. This was not an exaggeration because the five-color divine light was only a legend whether it was in Chu Yang's previous life or in the heavenly spirit world. It was a divine ability that existed in myths and legends. For many people, it was too far away. Chapter 2049. Chu Hang's comprehension is really too amazing. He can even cultivate the five-color divine light. He hid it so well that he only used it just now. He must have many secrets and methods that he hasn't used yet. Killing a life realm martial artist, this is actually not the limit of his battle strength. Even without the formation, with the five-color divine light, people had a new judgment of Chu Yang's strength. While Chu Yang was sure that Gong Sun Long's strength was extraordinary, Gong Sun Long was also sure that Chu Yang was very difficult to deal with. The short confrontation between the two ended for the time being. It was useless to say more. They would fight to the death in the arena. Chu Yang got off the arena and waited for the finals to begin. The arena had already been set up during the semifinals, but Sixth Campus felt that it was not enough, so they set it up again. This caused the competition to drag on for a long time, which made those who couldn't wait a little impatient. They were like ants on a hot pan. However, this battle between Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long had been brewing for a period of time, so it had become even noisier and more anxious. The atmosphere had also become oppressive and tense. Many people had even begun to feel nervous. It was as if they were the ones who were going to fight. Soon it was noon. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles, without a trace of color. It was as if a diligent woman had completely cleaned the sky. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, but when it fell on the arena, it made people feel that the sun was very gentle. At this moment, the sun seemed to know that something important was about to happen, so when it came, it tiptoed, as if it was afraid of angering someone. In the culmination mountain range, from time to time, the low roar of beasts and the high-pitched cry of birds could be heard. Perhaps because of the strange atmosphere in the arena, the monster beasts of the mountain range were attracted. Many monster beasts appeared on the periphery, and there were even birds of prey circling in the air. The monster beasts even changed into their human forms and entered the arena to watch the battle. In the culmination mountain range, except for the students of the 6 colleges, almost all the martial artists of the East Continent in the mountain range had gathered, making the entire arena even more crowded and noisy. It could be said that there were people everywhere, and the sound of people could be heard everywhere. It was as if a sea of people could no longer describe the lively situation in the field. At this moment, it was as if the golden age of a dynasty had arrived. The atmosphere was pushed to the extreme, and it was also when the atmosphere was at its peak. The finals of the 6 Academies Alliance Tournament had finally arrived. In this competition, the finalists are Chu Yang from the Sky Academy and Gong Sunlong from the Sky Academy. In addition to the excitement in the referee's voice, there seemed to be a trace of excitement and restlessness. It was as if he couldn't avoid the battle between Chu Yang and Gong Sunlong. He was looking forward to this battle and wanted to know who would win in the end. However, he did not lose his sense of propriety and went through the shortest procedure. The combined competition of the 6 academies has been held for many years. However, in the past years, the students of the same academy have rarely met each other in the finals. So, I have forgotten that such a situation happened in that year. Therefore, let's congratulate the Sky Academy. The crowd didn't care much about this, but the applause was still very enthusiastic. It resounded throughout the entire Zhongtian mountain range and spread far and wide. I'll cut to the chase. The referee said with a smile, "I know how you feel. You can't wait for the start of this battle, but you're also a little worried about it. I feel the same as you, so now, please." His voice became louder, as if he was roaring, trying to make the loudest sound possible. "Chu Yang from the Sky Academy, please come to the arena." Chapter 2050. Bang! When the two's names were mentioned, the crowd burst into an uproar like an eruption of fire, deafening to the ears. It was as hot as magma, wanting to melt and burn everything. After that, everyone's gazes fell on Chu Yang and Gong Sunlong. At this moment, the two were the brightest stars in the arena. Shua! Gong Sunlong's movements were clean and efficient. His figure was like lightning, and with a leap, he had already landed on the arena. With a bang, the arena didn't shake and only let out a muffled sound. It was unknown how sturdy the arena was. Perhaps even a 9th-level life realm expert wouldn't be able to destroy the arena. Chiang was not so fast. He took a step forward and walked toward the ring step by step. However, his heart was surging up and down. This was the final battle. After this battle, he would trample all 6 great academies under his feet. His name would be known by everyone, and the horn for the rise of the eastern wilderness would be blown. No one could stop him. Scene after scene appeared in Chu Yang's mind. He was thinking more about the eastern wilderness, and the hatred of his elder brother's broken arm didn't seem to be that strong. Naturally, he clearly knew that winning the first place in the 6 academies' joint competition was far from enough. However, the students of the 6 academies couldn't stop him from winning, and they couldn't stop him from leading the rise of the eastern wilderness. He could be said to be the arrowhead of the eastern wilderness. Chu Yang didn't have the slightest intention of underestimating Gong Sunlong. Jing Wuming's reminder made him treat Gong Sunlong with caution. Thus, every step he took was to adjust his state of mind and adjust his state of mind. Only when he was in his best condition and in his best state could he display his endless might. Thus, he even removed his disguise and suddenly became frivolous. There was an evil smile on his face, as if he was chuckling, as if he was mocking the crowd. After that, his frivolous expression disappeared, replaced by laziness. Laughing, joking, and doing all kinds of pranks, that was naturally not the real Chu Yang. At least in Chu Yang's eyes, he was lazy, he was greedy, and he had all kinds of problems. In life, in himself, he was still exploring and pondering. He was also polishing himself and his heart. All in all, he was still in the process of cultivating his body and mind. He was still moving towards becoming a more mature and perfect self, little by little. Today's battle with Gong Sun Long was naturally also a form of polishing for him. In such an occasion, such an important event, he should be able to make some progress after such an experience. Duh! Chu Yang stepped onto the arena. The moment his feet touched the arena, he felt a kind of unshakable solidity. It was as if he had stepped onto an impregnable fortress. And what he needed to do was to use the smallest price to shake this so-called unbreakable fortress and attack this impregnable fortress. The sky flashes. Chu Hang enters the arena. Chu Yang bowed to everyone and said with a smile, "Hello, everyone. I'm Chu Yang. I'm for the Eastern Wilderness. Please open your eyes and enjoy my dazzling performance. I won't let you down." Boom! The crowd burst into an uproar. They were extremely astonished. Chu Yang is going to start like this. Huh? Immediately, many people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chu Hang was still the same Chu Hang. His true nature came out again. On such an occasion, he actually laughed again. Everyone laughed, and Sheng Wanlan also laughed. She saw the familiar Chu Yang. There was no suspense in this battle, and she was not worried at all. Lu Yunpeng and the other two, Cui Xinho and the other two, the parrot Lil Guai, Feng Polong, and Zhang Jian, when they saw Chu Yang like this, the clouds in their hearts disappeared. There was no suspense in the battle between Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long. Chapter 2051. Compared to Chu Yang's relaxed demeanor, Gong Sun Long's demeanor was naturally heavy. Such a feeling caused many people to have a clear understanding of this battle. The winner would definitely be Chu Yang, and definitely not Gong Sun Long. Chu Yang was aware of this, but his state of mind didn't fluctuate much. After all, this was of no use. Gong Sun Long also noticed this, but he didn't say anything, nor did he care. He didn't care about Chu Yang's hype, and even allowed Chu Yang to do as he pleased. Such an attitude actually showed how relaxed he was compared to Chu Yang's relaxed demeanor. Not only was he relaxed, but he was also disdainful. Even though he knew the consequences of Chu Yang's actions, he was indifferent. He naturally wouldn't rush him. Chu Yang naturally played to his heart's content, and he obviously didn't care about Gong Sun Long's disdain. It's so lonely to be invincible. He first sang the song, "It's so lonely to be invincible," and then he made all sorts of jokes. At the end, he said, "Please call me Chu Hang in the future. I don't want to hear such praise from Chu Hang in the near future." Huh! Many people laughed, but they realized that there wasn't much laughter. Only then did they realize that the atmosphere was a little strange, and many people couldn't laugh anymore. Gong Sun Long looked like a dead man, but he was definitely not a dead man. Chu Yang finally walked in front of Gong Sun Long, and their auras clashed invisibly. Soundlessly, waves of visible airwaves rushed out from where the two of them were. Suddenly, everyone was shocked, as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. "You're very calm and confident," Chu Yang said with a smile. "I like opponents like you." These words were naturally harsh and unpleasant to the ears. It was like the arrogance and wildness of a villain before being slapped in the face, but Chu Yang didn't care. There was no other way. He was a person with a cheap mouth. "You also wanted to say that you're very calm and confident?" Gong Sun Long said calmly. "Do you lack such praise? It seems that we really do lack it." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I asked for too much, but I don't know how to pay for it. I think it's natural for people to love me, and that's why I feel like I lack love." Everyone felt that Chu Yang was spouting nonsense again. They also found that he had turned the originally tense battle into a foul atmosphere. It had completely changed the atmosphere. It even made them feel that Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long were not enemies, but two friends who had met in the arena. If this is a skill, then this skill of Chu Yang's must be extraordinary. "Wild dog, are you ready to die?" When Gong Sun Long opened his mouth again, it made everything seem more like a conversation, even though his words were very unfriendly. After I kill Wild Dog, I'll destroy the eastern wilderness. After a pause, Gong Sun Long shook his head and said, Death is easy. Perhaps it's more interesting to let the people of the eastern wilderness live like dogs. Chuyang didn't get angry. He turned on his verbal mode and said something equally unprofessional and extremely vicious. Easter Maggot, after I kill you, I'll destroy the Gong Sun family. He also paused and shook his head. Death is easy. Perhaps it's more interesting to let the people of the Gong Sun family be dogs and let them experience the abyss of suffering. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a blood for a blood, but it was an incomparably childish act of an eye for an eye, a blood for a blood. However, Chuyang didn't care. It didn't matter if it was childish or whatever. He would let people say and curse him. I want to end this conversation. Gong Sun Long didn't get impatient. He touched his fist with his left hand and smiled. I already want you to die. Chapter 2052. Then please come and kill me. As you wish. Gong Sun Long's voice was thunderous at the end. Soon after, everyone realized that the sky above the arena had suddenly darkened. It was as if night had fallen and the starry sky had appeared. At the same time, strands of starlight shone down. However, Chuyang clearly knew that it wasn't starlight shining down. It was astral force surging out of Gong Sun Long's body. The only reason it could create such an illusion was because Gong Sun Long's comprehension of the art of the stars was very deep. Rumble. Gong Sun Long's body visibly swelled. It was as if there were stars rotating in his body. Every acupoint was a star, making his entire body transparent. Every part of his body was filled with astral force. Rumble. Another loud sound rang out. Endless astral energy surged out of Gong Sun Long's body, forming many stars outside his body, densely packed. He had only swelled to a height of 300 meters, but he suddenly shrank back to his original size. There didn't seem to be any change, but he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. His entire body seemed to be condensed from astral force. The Astral Academy was the best at the art of the stars. However, at this moment, Gong Sun Long's art of the stars made many of the Astral Academy students present feel inferior. This isn't his Tao. His martial Tao is just a disguise to hide himself. Chuyang was very clear about this. However, if he couldn't even see through this disguise, what else could he do? He also understood that Gong Sun Long intended to compete with him in physical strength. He had already proven that his physical body was invincible. Rumble. Just like Chu Yang's response before, his response was the same as before. The space above his head darkened as endless starlight fell. His body also became transparent. It was as if there were endless stars surging within him. It was as if he was condensed from astral force. Outside his body, many stars also condensed and revolved around him. Chu Yang's star arts were not bad, either. They were not inferior to Gong Sun Long's. After all, he had even taken Bei Qinxing's soul. In an instant, it was as if two sons of the stars had met in the arena. Such a scene left many students from the Star Academy speechless. Were they students from the Star Academy, or were Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long students from the Star Academy? As for the students from the other 5 great academies, they could only express their sympathy. Who told them to meet two heaven-defying characters like Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long? Silently, Gong Sun Long threw a punch. Immediately, it felt as if a vast starry sky was rushing toward them. His fist was also like a star falling from the sky. It was just an ordinary punch, but it had such an effect. Clearly, Gong Sun Long's physical body was extremely strong. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Chu Yang was still in the mood to laugh, and shouted out the so-called Pegasus Meteor Fist. A horse neighed, and the astral power formed a white horse. That white horse galloped in front of his fist. It was as if it was pulling a meteor galloping in the night sky. Of course, this punch had the same effect as Gong Sun Long's. It spread out the starry sky before everyone's eyes, making them feel as if stars were appearing one after another. Boom! With a loud sound, the two fists collided. It was as if two stars in the starry sky had collided. Their long hair snapped and lashed out like countless divine whips. They seemed to have pierced through the void. In an instant, they were very straight. Chapter 2053. Kachacha, the arena that the 6 great academies had meticulously prepared, which not even life realm martial artists could shake, was instantly filled with cracks. Everyone's eardrums were ringing from the impact. Even so, this scene still shocked them to the extreme. The arena was so weak. Just how strong were these two? Could it be that their battle prowess has long surpassed the life realm? This thought couldn't be suppressed, and only a few people noticed it. The arena's formation hadn't been fully activated. The place where Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long were standing seemed to be a forbidden area for the formation. The formation's power couldn't reach that place at all. Chu Yang was a formation master, so it was understandable that he could do this. Gong Sun Long wasn't, but he clearly had a treasure that countered the formation. Boom! Chu Yang understood this and knew that Gong Sun Long had already dealt with his formation. He immediately summoned the 5 Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldrons, and the Mother Cauldron and the Child Cauldron rained down on the arena. With a whoosh, something flew out of Gong Sun Long's body. It didn't seem to do anything, but it seemed to swing, and with a light pop, the Mother Cauldron and the Child Cauldron spasmed. At this time, Chu Yang finally saw that thing clearly. It looked like a divine whip, but it looked more like a snake. If it was a snake, it seemed to only have a mouth, no eyes, and no head. It looked very strange. King Devourer Snake? His pupils shrank slightly, but he couldn't be sure. Zar. At this moment, this whip-like snake treasure opened its mouth like a gate, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit at Chu Yang. Whoosh! Chu Yang wasn't sure of the weapon's power, so he didn't dare to face it head-on. He used the 5 elements' chaotic steps and dodged. One after another, Chu Yang appeared and attacked Gong Sunming. Pegasus Meteor Fist. They roared in unison, which stunned Gong Sun Long. Gong Sun Long seemed to have revealed a bit of his trump card, and so did Chu Yang. The uniqueness of Chu Yang's mana was also displayed in front of Gong Sun Long and everyone else. Gong Sun Long was just as cautious as before. His snake-like weapon returned to defense and smashed all the Chu Yang into pieces. It was only then that Gong Sun Long realized that these Chu Yang were all very weak. Oh no, I've been tricked. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. You only realized it now? It's too late. Chu Yang shouted. Soon after, the sound of rolling thunder came from the void, shocking everyone. The sound of thunder and the formation. Chu Yang's ability to instantly chase after a star had left a deep impression on everyone. Therefore, when they heard the thunder, they immediately thought of Chu Yang's array formation. However, they didn't expect Chu Yang to use his array formation and his trump card in less than 3 rounds. Naturally, people also noticed the array formation. After the 5 Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldrons were sent flying, they had already flown into the air. The Mother Cauldron was the center, and the Child Cauldrons formed the 5 elements array. They absorbed the power of heaven and earth, turned it into the power of the 5 elements, and then turned it into the power of thunder and lightning. Chu Yang had a deep understanding of the thunder principles. The 5 elements generate thunder. He naturally used it on the array formation. Gong Sun Long also noticed it at this time, but he was caught off guard. The array formation was in the air, but it was at an extremely high altitude. When they fought, he didn't notice it. Rumble. The world shook, and a huge bolt of lightning struck down from the sky like a lightning punishment. Chapter 2054. Star Armor. Lightning struck down. Just as Gong Sun Long was about to be struck by lightning, a black armor emerged from his abdomen and covered his body. At the same time, the snake-like weapon returned and floated above his head. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder shook the sky as the area was drowned by endless lightning power. However, it quickly disappeared as if something had devoured the lightning power. Gong Sun Long soon reappeared in front of everyone. His body was covered in lightning, but he was not injured at all. The dark armor on his body was madly devouring the power of lightning. Even the snake-like treasure above his head was also devouring the power of lightning. This attack, which could instantly kill a life realm being, had actually been easily blocked by Gong Sun Long's swoosh. Chuyang wasn't surprised at all. He had already moved when Gong Sun Long was resisting this big thunderbolt. He moved as fast as lightning and smashed his fist towards Gong Sun Long's chest. Dong! There was a loud noise as if a big bell had been hit. Gong Sun Long was blown away, but he tried his best to control his body. His body exploded with endless starlight as he fell into the arena like a star. After a loud noise, his legs were firmly rooted in the arena as he took the divine power of Chu Yang's punch. Drip, drip, drip. Chu Yang did not chase after him. Blood kept dripping from his fist and landed on the arena, making the sound of water droplets. His fist was badly mangled, and the pain was excruciating. When the punch landed on Gong Sun Long's armor, it was like hitting a mountain of swords. Not only was the armor shockingly sturdy, but it also had an extremely sharp power. Moreover, there was a strange power that was devouring and weakening his power. Since Chu Yang's body had become a god, it was the first time his body had been injured. He was extremely shocked. The armor and the weapon that looked like a snake or a whip were filled with strangeness. They were shrouded in a layer of fog. He was very sure that Gong Sun Long's two godly weapons had nothing to do with stars. Star Hook. Gong Sun Long immediately counterattacked. He raised his hand and swept it. An object flew over. It was wrapped in starlight. It looked like a snake. It arrived in front of Chu Yang in the blink of an eye and hooked towards his neck. Clang! The sword of contradiction appeared in Chu Yang's hand. It blocked the attack in front of him. The expressions of the spectators below the arena had already changed. Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long had been wishy-washy in the beginning, as if they were two old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. However, their first exchange had been incomparably shocking, and the Stardow Academy was blushing with shame. In the blink of an eye, the battle became even more violent, reaching its climax. During this period of time, it did not seem like there was any probing, nor did it seem like there was anything holding back. It was as if all of its trump cards had been brought out. Techniques emerged one after another, and the use of treasured artifacts had reached the acme of perfection. For the time being, the two of them were evenly matched. However, Chu Yang's methods were more forceful. He could set up spirit arrays with just a wave of his hand. On the other hand, Gong Sun Long relied more on spirit artifacts. Whether it was the armor on Gong Sun Long's body or the snake-like treasured artifact, they were obviously extremely extraordinary. If the origin of these two weapons was known, it would definitely cause a commotion. Rumble. In the arena, Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long paused for a moment and then began to fight again. The two of them seemed to have transformed into two shooting stars, erupting with endless starlight as they collided with each other at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Once again, the two of them collided. It did not seem to be a collision of flesh and blood. Instead, it seemed to be a collision of two divine mountains and two stars. The collision caused the void to tremble, and the heaven and earth also rumbled. It was a breathtaking scene. Energy surged out from this strike. It was as vast as the ocean, and divine light surged. The collision of divine power was truly world-shocking. It was completely inhuman. Chapter 2055. Wild Dog, are you disappointed? Are you scared? Gong Sun Long sneered. Is this all the formations you rely on? Oh, Chu Yang smiled. Don't you know that I have the five-color divine light? Do you know why I didn't take your weapon and kill you like Ma Juexing? Boom! The crowd was in an uproar. Chu Yang had also set up a formation, but he didn't use the five-color divine light. Why did he do that? If Chu Yang had used the five-color divine light, wouldn't Gong Sun Long be dead? Wouldn't he have ended up like Ma Juexing? Gong Sun Long's eyes turned cold. Chu Yang hadn't used his full strength just now. However, he wasn't choked by Chu Yang's words. He sneered. Then why didn't you use it? It was just a test. Was there a need? Chu Yang was telling the truth, but his words caused a great commotion. The The battle just now was just a test. Was there any justice? They felt that they couldn't withstand a single blow from such a battle. They were about to be blown apart. Of course, Chuyang also knew that Gong Sun Long had a way to deal with his five-color divine light. You're right. It was a test. But what did you find out? Gong Sun Long also admitted that the two of them were just testing each other. This made the crowd unable to remain calm. After that, the two of them stopped talking. The scene fell into silence. However, the crowd noticed that their auras were rising. Chuyang was like a prehistoric beast that was about to wake up. He was only snoring just now. On the other side, Gong Sun Long was the same. The pores on his body opened, and clusters of divine flames emerged. He was like a god that was awakening. Every time the divine flames jumped, the void seemed to breathe. Endless essence of heaven and earth was swallowed into his body. Borrowing the fortune of heaven and earth, Gong Sun Long's status was equal to heaven and earth. He could borrow some money from heaven and earth. Young master, kill that wild dog. You're just a wild dog. How dare you disrespect the young master? Suddenly, the two servants beside Gong Sun Long, one fat and one skinny, couldn't help but shout when they saw Gong Sun Long's might. Soon after, the members of the Qingquan party also shouted in unison. Wild dog, who do you think you are? You're nothing. How can young master Gong Sun be compared to him? Ridiculous. You don't even know that you're about to die. You're just struggling in vain. Such words didn't have much lethality, and many people couldn't agree with them. At the very least, they couldn't see that Gong Sun Long had the slightest advantage. On the contrary, Chuyang seemed to have the upper hand. All it could do was roar, and the parrot lost interest. It didn't even want to open its mouth. Boom! A sun seemed to rise from Gong Sun Long's palm, spewing out endless haze. It was as if the clouds in the sky had appeared. It carried with it an unparalleled might as it bombarded forward. At this moment, his divine might was shocking. He had an invincible aura, and no one could stop him. Not to mention the people on the stage. Even the people below the stage couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of horror. What kind of magical art is this? It's so shocking. At the same time, Chuyang seemed to have turned into a vast ocean. Endless blue bloomed, and unparalleled fluctuations of divine power erupted. It made him look like a god in the middle of the ocean. Behind him, it was as if the sky had turned into a bright moon. It was as if a bright moon had risen from the sea. In his palm, a crescent moon also appeared. The mercury-like moonlight poured out in torrents, making that place look silvery white. Rumble. Chapter 2056. The two looked like the sun and the moon clashing. The moment they clashed, the sun in Gong Sun Long's hand exploded with blinding light, clashing with Chuyang's moon. At first, there was nothing strange. It was as if the two of them were forcing the sun and moon to rise. Pong! Rumble! Soon, countless tongues of fire erupted from the sun, burning the moon. On the other side, silver rivers appeared on the moon, surging with endless water, trying to extinguish the fire. Gong Sun Long's sun was formed by the power of fire and the Tao of fire. Chuyang's moon was formed by the power of water and the Tao of water. Everyone present understood that this was a clash between the power of water and fire. The sun and moon were just the extremes of water and fire. This was a clash between Gong Sun Long and Chuyang's Tao of water and fire. Who would win? TSK, 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 TSK. The power of water and fire were like two armies facing each other. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal being corroded. In the blink of an eye, the place was covered in fog. It gave people the feeling that Gong Sun Long's power of fire had gained the upper hand. However, the power of fire from Gong Sun Long's sun was also gradually weakening, but it was not as obvious as the power of water. Those with keen insight even noticed that this was another form of water. In the process of a stalemate, Chuyang's Tao of water had already changed. In the blink of an eye, the fog became more and more blurry. Common sense said that the fog would disperse when the sun appeared, but it was not true at this moment. Gong Sun Long had a sun in his hand, but it was still completely covered by the fog. The tongues of fire from the sun were also becoming weaker and weaker. The power of water and fire was quickly being consumed. The difference was that Chu Yang was better. The power of water had turned into the power of fog. When the power of water and fire was at a disadvantage, the power of fog would definitely drown Gong Sun Long. And the result would be, perhaps this would decide the outcome of the battle. The silent crowd could not help but clamor. Chu Hang's comprehension of the Tao of water is deeper than Gong Sun Long's comprehension of the Tao of fire. He has the complete upper hand. This is an absolute advantage. After all, Chu Hang has cultivated the divine light of 5 colors. How can his comprehension of the Tao of water and fire of the 5 elements not be profound? How can Gong Sun Long resist? Gong Sun Long is overestimating himself. If he could cultivate the divine light of 5 colors, I wouldn't say anything. But he hasn't. Where does he find the courage to compete with Chu Hang in the 5 elements? Among the crowd, Gong Sun Long's 2 servants and the members of the Qinquan party were completely mute. They couldn't even make a sound. Qiang was really too shocking. In their hearts, they were already not optimistic about Gong Sun Long. If one were to say that Chu Yang was hiding his strength deeply, then Gong Sun Long was definitely an expert in this field as well, to the extent that even his servants, the members of the Qinquan party, lost confidence in him. However, this was completely unnecessary. Wind rose. In the field, wind, gale, hurricane appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, everyone could only hear the whistling of the wind. Pung! The wind helped the fire. The sun in Gong Sun Long's hand, under the influence of the gale, was like an army that had cut off all means of retreat. The entire army attacked, turning into a raging inferno that covered the sky. The wind was naturally attracted by Gong Sun Long. He had used another profound, the power of wind, the Tao of wind. The combination of wind and fire was just right. The fire was fiercer, and the wind was stronger. Chapter 2057. Boom! The bright moon in Chu Yang's hand seemed to have removed its disguise, revealing its true nature. It turned into a vast ocean, resisting the wind and the flames in the sky. The raging waves beat the shore, and the waves reached the sky. The sound of the water was deafening, roaring through the 9 heavens. It was the scene of the god of wind and the god of fire fighting against the god of sea. Inside the vast ocean, the sky and the earth were turned upside down. It was a scene of the end of the world. The battle between the two was very short, but it was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In just a moment, the sea had dried up and the flames had extinguished. The wind had blown away the fog, leaving nothing behind. The world was clear again. However, the wind didn't stop there. It became stronger, stirring up everywhere. The wind raged and created a tornado, rolling toward Chu Yang. Rustle, rustle. Fine and soft sounds rang out densely, mixing with the wind. In the blink of an eye, the world turned into a dim yellow. Endless yellow sand emerged silently. Driven by the wind, it was like a sky full of bandits, clamoring and rushing to every corner of the world, leaving behind their ferocious and awe-inspiring names. You're the wind. I'm the sand. Entangling the world. Chu Yang's voice was the best description. The wind and the sand complemented each other, rolling over, covering the sky and the sun with endless power. When the fire was weak, the wind assisted it. When the fire was gone, the wind became stronger. Then it attracted the sand, creating a sandstorm. Wave after wave, the power Upanishads changed and connected smoothly without any delay. It was like a skillful craftsmanship. It was a marvelous painting technique that had reached the acme of perfection. He had painted a peerless picture. Gong Sun Long's usage of the Tao of fire, the Tao of wind, and the Tao of sand was so marvelous that it caused people to gasp in amazement. The crowd immediately forgot about the danger of this battle. At this moment, they actually lost their nervousness. They felt as if they had entered a fairyland. They were completely mesmerized by the beauty of this fairyland. Although Chu Yang's voice wasn't very pleasant to the ears, it didn't affect such a beautiful scene. At most, it was just a noisy toad in this fairyland. This Gong Sun Long is really amazing. Xiong Longxiang watched Gong Sun Long's wondrous methods, and his heart was filled with shock. He couldn't help muttering to himself. He finally understood why Gong Zi valued Gong Sun Long so much, even saying that Gong Sun Long was the number 2 character of the Cosmos Party, below Qian Zi, above tens of thousands of people. This was Qian Zi's promise to Gong Sun Long. As a former member of the Qinkun Party, Xiong Longxiang naturally knew about Yu Qianzi's ambitions. Gong Sun Long is indeed not bad. Xiao Wanjin's eyes were faint as he looked at Gong Sun Long. He couldn't help but nod as he said, "Perhaps only someone like Gong Sun Long can hold his own against Chu Hang. And someone who can do this is definitely extraordinary. His opponent is Chu Hang." Lu Yunpeng also exclaimed in surprise. Chu Yang had been valued by his grandfather to the point that he had even treated him as an equal. There was no need to mention how amazing Chu Yang was. Moreover, Gong Sun Long had been able to maintain a stalemate with Chu Yang to such an extent. He had no choice but to admit that Gong Sun Long was extremely outstanding. Moreover, this was definitely not all of Gong Sun Long's methods. There are actually 2 dragons in the well of the East Continent. In the end, Lu Yunpeng muttered to himself. He was afraid that he wouldn't be Gong Sun Long's match and would definitely be defeated. The 3 of them weren't worried about Chu Yang. Gong Sun Long would only push Chu Yang one step further. In their eyes, Chu Yang usually had the time to laugh and joke around, but it was because he didn't feel any pressure. Gong Sun Long's methods were endless, but Chu Yang would only be more excessive. Therefore, the 3 of them were only looking forward to seeing what kind of breakthrough Chu Yang would make after this battle. Chapter 2058. Chu Yang did not care about the combined attack of wind and sand. He had encountered the combined martial spirit of wind and sand before. He had already forgotten the name of that thing. Anyway, it was the thing that loved Shangwan Lan and scolded him as a wild dog. In the end, it was defeated by him. Of course, he had also sung a song like, "You are the wind, I am the sand" before. In the face of the oncoming tornado and the yellow sand that filled the sky, Chu Yang stretched out his hand and pointed at it. Rolling magical power surged out, and in the blink of an eye, a desert appeared. There were specks of green emerging from it. Starfish flower, clubhammer tree, saltwood grass, red willow, achillea grass, sandreed, populus, and all kinds of drought-resistant plants appeared. Towards the back, the greenery became denser. The desert turned into a desert grassland. Among the clumps of grass, there were a large number of small shrubs, forming a stable dominant layer in the community. There were also scattered grasslands and swamps. After this natural zone, there were grasslands, forests, mountains, towering ancient trees, lush greenery, and blooming flowers. The Tao of earth, the Tao of water, and the Tao of wood merged. Chu Yang formed a few natural zones based on his knowledge of nature in his previous life. The result was self-evident. After Gong Sun Long's wind and sand broke in, its power was buffered layer by layer and consumed layer by layer. In the end, it disappeared into nothingness. It was a vast scene, as if it was giving everyone a geography lesson. Chu Yang had only used the well-known geography knowledge and cultivation to show it. However, this was a huge blow to Gong Sun Long. He had seen and felt that Chu Yang had a deep understanding of the 5 elements. He immediately changed his move. Rumble. The sky was clear and there were no clouds. Where did the thunder come from? However, this was something that everyone understood very well. Suddenly, thunder rumbled from Gong Sun Long's body. His whole body was shining with lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was like a bolt of lightning that tore the night sky apart. He arrived in front of Chu Yang in the blink of an eye. He punched out. It was as if the heavens were angry and sent down lightning punishment. The heaven and earth shook and rumbled. The deafening thunder shook people's minds. The dazzling lightning pierced into people's eyes. They could not help but tear up. Let the lightning strike even more fiercely. Chu Yang was very relaxed. He punched down on the spot and met the attack head-on. The lightning radiance was even more dazzling, drowning out the heaven and earth. Almost everyone was temporarily blinded, unable to see the situation of the two people fighting. They could only hear the rolling thunder, and their eardrums were about to burst. Swish! Gong Sun Long's lightning condensed into a huge sword of light that stabbed toward Chu Yang. This light sword was almost like a beam of light, and its speed was extremely fast. Ding! The crisp sound of swords colliding rang out. Chu Yang moved back, but the speed of the lightning-formed sword far exceeded Gong Sun Long's. It directly blocked Gong Sun Long's sword. I can't do anything against the power of lightning, and I'm not his match against the power of light. Gong Sun Long's heart shook again, but he never stopped attacking. Where there is light, there is naturally darkness. Shadows silently surrounded Chu Yang, but they were also useless against Chu Yang's army of darkness. The Tao of Darkness. This dog has an extremely deep understanding of it. Gong Sun Long was shocked, and so was Chu Yang. His relaxed expression had disappeared. Gong Sun Long had used many methods in a short period of time, which involved many great Taos. Fire, wind, sand, lightning, light, and darkness had all appeared. Chapter 2059. In that case, Gong Sun Long should have been involved in the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. Perhaps Gong Sun Long had even been involved in time and space. This wasn't necessarily a good thing. Chu Yang's greed had made it extremely difficult for him to improve his cultivation. He had put in a lot of effort and obtained a great opportunity in the world of the gods to condense the Godhead and break through to the Transcendence realm. He had done it, and Gong Sun Long had done it too. The difficulty of condensing the Transcendence realm is almost the same as the difficulty of condensing the Godhead. If Gong Sun Long was also greedy and involved in all these great Taos, then he must have obtained a great opportunity. Chu Yang had experienced it himself, so he knew it all too well. If he didn't have the Destiny Twins' martial spirits, if he hadn't entered that strange world, he wouldn't have been able to condense the Godhead. Without this foundation, he wouldn't have been able to condense the Transcendence realm. Moreover, when he thought about Gong Sun Long's cultivation level, which was higher than his, he became even more worried and his confidence was shaken. Of course, the two of them weren't the only ones who were shocked by this battle. The spectators were also completely shocked and frightened by their means. Initially, Gong Sun Long had connected the wind, fire, and sand Taos seamlessly, smoothly, and beautifully. However, they didn't know that after that, the lightning, light, and darkness Taos also burst out. Of course, Chu Yang's shock to the spectators was no less than Gong Sun Long's. Every move of the two of them was as fast as lightning, and they were ever-changing. They switched between the metal, wood, water, fire, earth Taos at will. While the spectators were still in shock, they had already changed their moves and launched the next killing move. It could be said that it was too much for the spectators to take in. Not only were they amazed, but they were also greatly moved. They even thought that it was a blessing to be able to watch the battle between the two of them. It was a great blessing, and it would be of great benefit to them. They are worthy of being called young sovereigns. On a closed stand, the inspector of the East Continent's eyes flickered. He couldn't help but say this in the silence. Whether it was Chu Yang or Gong Sun Long, the two of them would definitely stand out even if they were placed in the continent center. Of course, the so-called young supreme being could only be the young supreme being of the Eastern Continent, and definitely not the young supreme being of the Central Continent. Brother Bagong, what a pity. The patrolling inspector of the East Continent brought up the topic. The leader of the Heavenly Sword Academy sighed. Yes, it is indeed a pity. It is a pity. These two have deep enmity with each other. Today, one of them will definitely die. The others also opened their mouths. However, what they said was a pity was probably not a pity at all. It would be better if both of them died, not to mention one, because they definitely didn't want the Sky Academy to have a supreme youth, let alone two. The leader of the Sky Academy looked gloomy, and the light in his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Perhaps he was thinking about how to protect Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long, or perhaps he was deciding which side to stand on. If it was the latter, his choice should be obvious: Gong Sun Long. No matter what, Gong Sun Long was from the East Continent, while Chu Yang was from the Eastern Wilderness. Brother Beigong, who do you hope will win? Among the few people, someone suddenly asked with a teasing tone. Immediately, the few people who heard this couldn't help but smile. The inspector of the East Continent also couldn't help but smile. He didn't need a supreme youth from the East Continent. The so-called supreme youth usually had a bad temper. He didn't want to be careful because of someone who couldn't occupy a mountain in the East Continent. Chapter 2060. The leader of the Sky Academy didn't answer. For him, the best result was that both of them would survive. One would lead the Sky Academy and suppress the East Continent, while the other would go to the Central Continent. Brother Gua, Brother Duan, who do you want to win? All of a sudden, the focus of attention shifted from the leader of the Sky Academy to the two leaders of the Sky Demon Academy and the Divine Firmament Academy. This was because Jing Wu Ming and Chu Yang's elder brother were bosom buddies. As brothers of the opposite sex, they naturally hoped that Chu Yang would win. The two of them just smiled and didn't answer. After all, in the face of such unkind ridicule, they naturally could ignore it. After the closed stands quieted down, the battle between Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long in the arena also stopped temporarily. The continuous loud noises in the sky finally stopped temporarily, as if to give the world some time to think. The battle between each other was beyond their imagination. They both needed time to think about how to deal with it and make a new plan. In fact, the two of them had not fought for a long time. However, during the short period of time, they had clashed countless times. It was unknown how much mental strength they had expended as they schemed against each other. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and so on had all been used. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. These are the 9 most basic great ways, plus the way of saber and sword. Wild Dog, you have at least touched on 11 great ways. You are really ambitious. Gong Sun Long seemed to be calm when he spoke, but at this moment, when he thought of this point again, he couldn't help but be shocked again. After a pause, he sorted out his thoughts and said, I finally understand why you can kill people in the spiritual realm when you're only in the transcendence realm. And in this process, you have crossed 2 whole realms. The speaker was already shocked, let alone the listener. The crowd was like a pot of boiling water, completely boiling over. My God, if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have noticed or felt anything. But now that I hear it, it's so creepy. If you didn't say it, you wouldn't know. Once you said it, you would be frightened. This was the feeling that many people had. 11 types of great Tao. How astonishing must one's comprehension be to be able to take into account 11 types of great Tao. In particular, Chu Hang's comprehension of these 11 grand Taos is extremely shocking, far surpassing ordinary people. This is even more unbelievable, inconceivable, truly inconceivable. Chu Yang was exposed in such a secretive manner, but he just laughed and said, Plaything, are you praising yourself or praising me? The crowd burst into an uproar again. If Chu Yang was like this, then wasn't Gong Sun Long the same? Gong Sun Long did not care about this. He sneered and said, Wild Dog, it must be very difficult for you to take care of 11 great paths and condense your Dharma form. It will be even more difficult for you to advance further. Am I right? Gong Sun Long clearly knew how difficult the path ahead would be. Even if he only wanted to break through a little bit, it would be extremely difficult to even move a little bit. The crowd exploded again. Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long had actually condensed their Dharma form with 11 types of great Tao. It was really crazy, but the two of them had succeeded. What made them even more shocked was that, just as Gong Sun Long had said, this was not the end. It could even be said that it was the beginning of suffering. If it was difficult to break through to the transcendence realm, then it would be even more difficult to break through to the nirvana realm and the life and death realm. In the East Continent, There was no lack of greedy people like Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long. But the result was very miserable. Let alone the transcendence realm, they couldn't even break through to the spirit realm. Chapter 2061. Chu Yang listened to Gong Sun Long's provocation and the crowd's discussion. His heart was in turmoil. The road ahead was indeed difficult. The condensation of the Godhead was already too difficult. As for the Nirvana realm and life and death realm, it would be even more difficult. The road ahead might be cut off. Therefore, he couldn't refute, but he could still sneer. Such an unforgettable lesson. Do you want to set an example and warn the people of the East Continent? I don't have such a problem. Do you think I exist? Both of their words were extremely domineering, causing many people to sigh with mixed feelings. In their opinion, this was absolutely impossible. However, for Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long, this was not a problem at all. Wild dog, you're no match for me. After all, you're just a dog from a kennel. Gong Sun Long casually changed the topic while thinking. Easter maggot, you're no match for me. After all, you're just a dog from a manure pit. What a joke. What a joke. The conversation between the two of them suddenly became weird, making everyone speechless. Why were the two of them quarreling like children? Of course, the main credit for this was naturally given to Chu Yang. If it weren't for him giving them a taste of their own medicine, how could such a situation have occurred? I'm just telling the truth, Gong Sun Long continued. Chu Yang smiled and finally refuted. Winning or losing depends on the overall strength. Magical tools, magical techniques, formations, spiritual power, physical strength, magical power, eyesight, temperament, perception, adaptability, as well as the right time, right place, and so on. All of these are a kind of strength. Only when all of these are added together can it be called true strength. He looked at Gong Sun Long with a smile. Among them, how many are you stronger than me? I can say with certainty that your spiritual power, physical strength, vision, temperament, comprehension, magical powers, formations, adaptability, and so on, you're definitely not as good as me. Do you understand? Cultivation realm was only a standard of strength. But there were too many factors in a person's display of strength. So, everyone couldn't help but nod repeatedly as they listened to Chu Yang's arrogance and haughtiness. Looking back at Chu Yang's past, he had almost always defeated people with higher cultivation. With lower cultivation, he had ruthlessly crushed people with higher cultivation. However, if Chu Yang said that he could crush Gong Sun Long in all these aspects, it naturally wouldn't be convincing. After all, Gong Sun Long was also extremely extraordinary and shocking. Are you telling me that the test is over? In the confrontation of words, Gong Sun Long didn't gain any advantage, and he couldn't pressure Chu Yang at all. The conversation between the two of them was naturally not nonsense. Apart from their own thoughts, their words were filled with hidden opportunities to shake the other's heart. As you wish. Chu Yang didn't care at all, which made the crowd burst into an uproar again. This time, he obviously agreed with Gong Sun Long's statement. The fight between the two of them was extremely shocking, but it was just them testing each other. Such a truth was really hard to accept. In this case, if the two of them stopped testing each other and started a real life and death battle, wouldn't the world collapse? You should know about the yin-yang four symbols vase, right? Chapter 2062. Everyone in the East Continent knew about the Gongsun family's yin-yang four symbols vase. To the people of the East Continent, it was already a legend. Many people didn't know the specific power of the yin-yang four symbols vase. They only knew that it was a divine weapon, but it could easily kill a saint. Such a concept was enough. Instantly, everyone felt that Chu Yang was in danger. The scales in their hearts were completely tilted towards Gong Sun Long. They concluded that Chu Yang was definitely going to die. What are you trying to say? Are you very strong? Chu Yang smiled. That smile was so dazzling that people almost lost their consciousness. Could it be that Chu Heng has a way to deal with the yin-yang four symbols vase? They couldn't help but have such doubts in their hearts. It's enough to kill you, Gong Sun Long said proudly. So this is what you relied on to cut off my brother's arm and call me a wild dog. Chu Yang sneered. I thought you were more capable. You're very arrogant. I've never been arrogant. Ignorant people are fearless. It's just an inanimate object. In this short conversation, Gong Sun Long's arrogance and Chu Yang's disdain were vividly displayed in front of everyone. Gong Sun Long's expression suddenly turned cold. His gaze was like a knife. Everything seemed to be destroyed wherever it looked. He looked coldly at Chu Yang. You'll pay for your arrogance. Huh? Chu Yang chuckled and didn't reply. Boom. Shortly after, during this short pause, the aura of the two rose to a new height. Both of them had finished thinking and were ready to strike again. Dong! The sky seemed to be about to explode. Divine light burst forth, extremely dazzling. Violent fluctuations swept in all directions. The two fought again and collided. Sometimes it was like an eagle soaring in the sky, and sometimes it was like a divine ape plucking a mountain. The visual impact of this battle was even more shocking than before. Bang, bang, bang. Their ability to grasp an opportunity was extremely shocking, and they killed decisively. In an instant, they attacked swiftly and fiercely, and it was extremely thrilling, causing everyone to be horrified. Wild dog, let me show you what true terror is. Yin-yang slash. In a violent collision, both of them were sent flying by the huge rebounding force. Immediately, black and white divine lights burst out from Gong Sun Long's palm. His hand turned into a blade and slashed towards Chu Yang from afar. Immediately, an indescribable aura circulated between heaven and earth. Then, a ray of light burst forth. Under this ray of light, the world seemed to be cut into two. Half was the human world, and the other half was the death zone. Life and death were completely separated. Chu Yang felt as if half of his body was in the mortal world and the other half was in the dead realm. The profound laws descended, and not only did they want to separate him, but they also wanted him to live half alive and half dead. He had to live in this world as neither a human nor a ghost, living a life worse than death. Is this the so-called yin-yang cut? Chu Yang wasn't in a hurry to move. He was sensing the Tao of yin and yang of the Gong Sun family. He also had yin and yang, but his Tao of yin and yang should be very different from that of the Gong Sun family. He should be enlightened and enlightened by this difference. Of course, he wouldn't use his own Tao of yin and yang to fight against it. In Tianji's horse racing, a low-level horse would fight a high-level horse. A mid-level horse would fight a low-level horse, and a high-level horse would fight a mid-level horse. Gong Sun Long's Tao of yin and yang was only a low-level horse. It was just a disguise for him. Chu Yang was different. His Tao of yin and yang was related to the spells he created. It was his Tao. He was a high-level horse. Chapter 2063. Gradually, changes began to take place. Half of Chu Yang's body seemed to be on the verge of rotting away, on the verge of turning into white bones. The other half of his body seemed to be brimming with vitality, his blood energy surging. Chu Yang's body had become a god, so he had a certain degree of immunity to the power of laws. Once this immunity vanished, the sensation of being sliced finally appeared. In an instant, he felt as if he had become a fish on a chopping board. A knife had appeared and was about to cut him in half. The knife was Heaven's blade. At this moment, he vaguely felt as if the world was about to cut him in half, not Gong Sun Long. The possibility that Gong Sun Long is a descendant of the heaven-devouring great emperor is even greater now. Despite the imminent danger, Chu Yang's mind was extremely calm, and he could clearly see through everything. The heaven-devouring great emperor had once existed in this world and left his mark. Gong Sun Long's yin-yang slash had activated the heaven-devouring great emperor's mark, which was why it had such power. I said light, so there was light. I said darkness was needed, so darkness descended. It seemed like he was just moving his mouth, but he was actually using the devil's soul and light soul. The two of them trembled, and the power of the unseen was instantly neutralized. The sensation of being sliced also vanished. The devil soul contained the 7 souls of the darkness devil emperor, while the light soul contained the god of light's origin. The two of them were on the same level as the heaven-devouring great emperor. Although the god of light's world was the god world, it was naturally not difficult for him to resist the mark left behind by the heaven-devouring great emperor. The darkness devil emperor had once existed in this world, so it was only natural that he could do it. During this process, Chu Yang realized that his caution was unnecessary. It wasn't as if Gong Sunlong hadn't taken the initiative to activate the mark left behind by the heaven-devouring great emperor. Without attacking, the power of the unseen vanished, and the world regained its calm. The yin-yang 4 symbols vase, so this is the so-called yin and yang. Chu Yang inwardly sneered, then calmly spat out. It's nothing more than this. Buzz. Gong Sunlong didn't waste his breath. A divine light flickered in his palm as a hazy mist billowed like a white cloud. It blurred the entire platform as dragon roars resounded. He was as vigorous as a dragon, and his movements were as fast as lightning. His aura was so fierce that it was frightening. His entire body was shrouded in clouds and mist. His feet were 3 inches above the ground as he moved forward at an extremely fast speed. However, the rest of his body could not be seen at all. It was as if he was a dragon whose head and tail could not be seen. Chu Yang let out a long roar. It was like a tiger roaring in the forest, shaking the sky. He also moved at an extremely fast speed. His whole body burst forth with a white gold radiance, and a murderous aura surged. At the same time, a fierce wind whistled and curled around his body. He didn't back off at all and fought Gong Sunlong head-on. At this moment, people seemed to have seen an azure dragon and a white tiger charging towards each other. They began to fight fiercely. The roars of the dragon and the tiger resounded through the 9 heavens, bursting forth with boundless light. Within the boundless light, the two of them quickly changed their positions. No one knew which light was Chu Yang and which was Gong Sunlong, but all kinds of strange phenomena appeared around the two of them. In the end, the azure dragon and white tiger completely appeared behind each of them. The yin-yang 4 symbols vase had just displayed yin and yang, and now it was the 4 symbols. Gong Sunlong had mastered the 4 symbols, and so did Chu Yang. The battle between the two of them was truly earth-shattering. Strong winds billowed endlessly, and auspicious clouds surged. Everyone was dazzled and shocked by the scene. They even felt that the 4 symbols displayed by the two of them had far surpassed the 4 symbols of the Myriad Courtyard. The Myriad Courtyard had the creation divine ability, and when combined with the 4 symbols, it was even more powerful. However, at this moment, it paled in comparison. Many of the Myriad Courtyard students were ashamed of their inferiority, and they felt the same as they did in the Star Courtyard. Chapter 2064. People couldn't help but take in breaths of cold air. Although they already knew that Gong Sunlong had a treasure that could subdue his movement technique, they could still feel a massive power. It was too intimidating, as if it could stomp down the entire ground. What an intimidating power. What kind of technique is this? Someone couldn't help but scream. Thump! At this moment, Chu Yang also felt a flow of god power. His heart felt like it was pounded by a big hammer, and his internal organs were shaken. He was frightened, as he didn't know the reason. He knitted his brows tightly. Gong Sunlong faced the sky and roared like a dragon roaring. He was like a blue dragon pouncing on Shi Yin with all of his deadly attacks. Chu Yang wasn't afraid. His move was like a tiger roaring unceasingly. His murderous aura surged like a ferocious tiger that wanted to devour people. Boom! This attack made the dragon roaring and tiger roaring even more fiercely. As soon as their arms touched each other, they changed their moves and attacked each other rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, they had attacked each other so many times. It was like a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. In a trance, their arms turned into the claws of the blue dragon and the sharp claws of the white tiger. The loud sound was like a thunderclap that shook the world. Countless divine radiance burst forth, and it was as if two stars had exploded. The terrifying energy rushed in and directly swept the two of them away. Screech! Two high-pitched screeches reverberated in the sky. The two were blown away, turning into a vermilion bird in just a blink of an eye. They spread their wings and soared into the sky. Their entire bodies were wrapped in red flames. It looked like two vermilion birds were colliding in the sky. Roar! Low, angry roars echoed. While the two were colliding, besides the vermilion bird's power Upanishad, the black tortoise also appeared on their hands and feet. It was the best and the strongest defense. After that, the blue dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise appeared on their hands and feet. The battle between the two was like a chaotic battle between the four beasts in people's eyes. It was fierce, fast, and overbearing. Each of their attacks seemed to be able to shatter the entire sky. Dong! They were evenly matched. Gong Sun Long stomped in the air, emitting a muffled sound. It was as if he was not stepping on the void, but on a divine drum, a human soul. The sound suddenly burst out, shaking everyone's souls as if they were about to scatter. Gong Sun Long's divine ability seems to have appeared again. Just one stomp, and it's already so terrifying? Someone asked doubtfully. Dong! 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 Gong Sun Long walked forward step by step. Each step was extremely heavy, like the heavy footsteps of a prehistoric giant beast. Shockwaves spread out, shaking the martial stage. The formation on the stage was actually disintegrating. It was so shocking that people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The battle ring had been specially reinforced, but such a phenomenon had occurred. Gong Sun Long's magical power was obviously very effective against formations. That was why he was not afraid of Chu Yang, a 9th-grade formation master. With every step he took, his footsteps would become twice as heavy, and the tremors would become even more violent. It was as if a prehistoric giant beast was walking over. Each step he took was a stage of growth, and his body was constantly growing larger. What kind of technique is this? Even Chu Yang couldn't help but change his expression. With every step, his strength would double. If this continued, Gong Sun Long would be able to seriously injure him in one strike. When Gong Sun Long's footsteps landed, he even felt as if there was a huge hammer hammering the void under his feet. It caused him to float up and down in the air, unable to stand. Chapter 2065. Gong Sun Long was obviously using some kind of astonishing footwork. Chu Yang couldn't let him use it completely. Kill! His roar was like the resounding cry of a rock, but also like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. The azure dragon was on the left, the white tiger on the right, the vermilion bird in front, and the black tortoise behind. The four symbols occupied the north, south, east, and west respectively. They were connected to each other and formed a whole. That area was like a world. At this moment, Chu Yang was the center of this world. He was the master of this world. He was shrouded in a mist, which then turned into chaos. When he flew over, it was like he was driving a world through the turbulence of the universe. The void rumbled. This attack was like he was carrying the power of a world as he attacked Gong Sun Long. Wild Dog, do you think you're the only one who knows that the four symbols can open up a world? What's the use of struggling? You're going to die in the end. You're going to die sooner or later. Gong Sun Long was like a malicious spirit that wanted to kill a living person. It was very creepy, and people couldn't help but feel numb. He was also hazy and chaotic. He was also the azure dragon on the left, the white tiger on the right, the vermilion bird in front, and the black tortoise behind. What was different from Chu Yang was that black and white light burst out from his body. It was like the dead world was revived again and reached its peak. Boundless power surged. Bang, bang, bang. Azure dragon against azure dragon. White tiger against white tiger. Vermilion bird against vermilion bird. Black tortoise against black tortoise. Chu Yang against Gong Sun Long. The two sides exchanged blows. The four symbols of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise exploded one after another. The two of them were like two stars, two worlds colliding. Boundless energy soared into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud. Dong! The two of them were both sent flying by the huge impact. Gong Sunlong immediately took another step forward. If this step was correct, it should be the fourth step. The sound that erupted between heaven and earth was no longer the dull sound of the divine drum, but a killing sound that could wipe out all life in this world. The most frightening thing was that at this moment, everyone felt that the world they were in suddenly weakened. Their scalps were about to explode. Why did they have such a feeling? Why did the world weaken? How weak must the world be for them to feel it? However, this was clearly only a footwork, yet it produced such a strange effect. Everyone was extremely shocked, and their hearts and livers were so shocked that they almost fainted. Dong! When Gong Sunlong's fifth step landed, the primordial chaos appeared before splitting into yin and yang. The deafening sound was like the footsteps of a giant. Endless auspicious lights surged out as the four images of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise appeared one by one. At this moment, Gong Sunlong's amazing footwork finally revealed its true form. Yin-yang and four symbols. Yin-yang, four phases steps. That's the saint spell of the Gong Sun family. Someone immediately yelled, recognizing the spell. Saint Arts, no wonder it's so shocking. Chuyang finally understood that the Gong Sun family definitely had more than a superficial understanding of yin-yang and the four symbols. His previous ridicule towards Gong Sunlong was a kind of ignorance. Vast and boundless pressure and boundless weight also fell on him. It was as if tens of thousands of mountains, or even the whole world, were pressing on his body. The heavy responsibility of stopping the world from weakening also seemed to be on his shoulders. He almost couldn't breathe, but his eyes were fixed on Gong Sunlong. His god martial spirit started to deduce crazily. Among the Destiny Twins' martial spirits, the genius martial spirit had the greatest ability to deduce. After transforming into the god martial spirit, its ability to deduce became even stronger. It could even give someone a taste of their own medicine. Chuyang was worried that he would rely too much on his martial spirit. He hadn't used this ability in a battle for a long time. However, he had to use it at this moment. Chapter 2066. The four mammoths were godlings, and their birth required boundless power. Therefore, the birth of each of them would cause heaven and earth to be plundered. The four godly beasts were all noble and powerful. Now that they were born and attached to Gong Sunlong, his power would naturally increase tremendously. The reason why people felt that the world had weakened was because Gong Sunlong had plundered the endless energy here in an instant to form the four symbols. What an amazing devouring power to support this kind of footwork, Chuyang thought. If Gong Sunlong didn't have King Heaven Devourer's martial soul, he wouldn't have been able to unleash a movement technique like this. There were 6 parts to the movement technique. 2 steps led to yin and yang. 4 steps led to the 4 mammoths. 6 steps led to the ultimate weakening. Obviously, the weakening was just as shocking as the strengthening. The only difference was that it strengthened the user, but weakened the opponent. How could one fight back? Gong Sunlong had the 4 mammoths, while Chuyang had the 5 phases. Yin and yang gave birth to 2 polarities, and 2 polarities gave birth to the 4 mammoths. But then there was yin and yang, and then the 5 phases. Yin and yang, the Tao of heaven and earth, the outline of all living things. Thump! Chuyang's train of thought suddenly became clear. He immediately took a step forward, and the ground under his feet became misty and chaotic. The sound of the divine drum seemed to be even more intense than when Gong Sunlong took his first step. It caused the entire world to shake. Thump! He took another step forward, and the pounding of the drums grew even louder. At the same time, his power began to rise. His 5 phases disorderly steps had no yin and yang, which meant that they had no foundation. Now that he had found the foundation, it was like a major scientific discovery that would push the world forward. What? Chu Yang's transformation caused everyone's eyes to go wide. He was using the same movement technique as Gongsun Long to fight back. But how did Chu Yang know about the Gongsun clan's Yin Yang 4 phases steps? And how did he know about it? Damn it! Gongsun Long growled, his eyelids twitching. The Yin Yang 4 phases steps had reached the peak of the 6th step. He had already taken the 6th step, and his strength had been raised to the limit. However, everyone discovered that not only had his strength increased, but his speed had also been raised to the limit. Extreme speed. This was extreme speed. Gongsun Long moved at an extremely fast speed. His murderous aura filled the sky, and no one could even catch a glimpse of his movements. At the same time, after the Yin Yang 4 phases steps reached its peak, it began to weaken. In an instant, the 4 symbols seemed to have aged and were about to die. The heavens and the earth seemed to have declined as well. Everything in the world was about to be obliterated, and everything was about to be reset. It was terrifying to the point of being slightly terrifying. Above the fighting ring, the light of the matrix shot up, forming a huge light screen that enveloped the entire fighting ring. However, some people discovered that the matrix had been greatly weakened. The Yin Yang 4 phases steps contained the truths of the world, possessing an unfathomable power. When Gongsun Long reached his peak, not only did he possess boundless power, he also erupted with astonishing speed. Slowly falling from his peak, that kind of great weakening made him even more shocking. Destroying the heavens and the earth, destroying everything, seemed to be just a matter of raising his hand. Such a weakening power affected Chu Yang. He couldn't take the 3rd step, and his chest felt like it had been hit by a hammer. His body shook violently. As he staggered, he quickly retreated to open up the distance between them. However, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Even the heaven-defying Chu Hang was injured? Is the outcome of this battle going to be decided? Chapter 2067. A saint art is a saint art after all. Everyone below the saint realm is an ant. How can they resist a saint art? Even if the person is Chu Hang, it won't work. Although it's not a saint art performed by a saint, the Yin Yang 4 phases steps has the word saint in it. It's a world of difference. This was the only way to explain all of this from the perspective of saint arts. Gongsun Long had only displayed a portion of its power, but even so, it was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! Gongsun Long was too fast. He caught up with Chu Yang in an instant. Chu Yang had no choice but to meet the attack. He opened his hand, and endless thunder and lightning surged out. It turned into a black tortoise to protect his body, and then a white tiger to pounce on Gongsun Long. Gongsun Long changed his direction and dodged it in an instant. He came straight at Yi Shiwen from the side. With a bang, Chu Yang couldn't keep up with his speed. He took a heavy blow and fell into the hard ring. With a loud bang, a large hole was blasted in the ring. Puff! Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had the black tortoise to offset half of the force. When he fell into the ring, because he was a formation master, he directly disintegrated the formation there. Otherwise, even if he wasn't beaten half to death, he would have broken his bones and tendons. Wild dog, you're as slow as a snail in my eyes. Before he finished speaking, Gongsun Long had already arrived. His amazing speed was like teleportation. Many people couldn't keep up with him. A saint art is indeed a saint art, someone exclaimed. With such extreme speed, Gongsun Long was already in an invincible position. Rumble. Chu Yang couldn't dodge in time. Immediately, endless thunder and lightning burst out of his body. The power of thunder and lightning poured out endlessly, turning him into a world of thunder and lightning. He was like a thunder god in it. The thunder and lightning also turned into 4 images, forming an open mouth. Is it going to work? Gongsun Long rushed in like a beam of light and sent Chu Yang flying with a punch. A swooshing sound could be heard as he once again charged toward Chu Yang amidst the rolling lightning power and the 4 mammoths. During this process, his clothes were spotless, like a banished immortal. There was not the slightest bit of lightning energy on his body. The world of thunder and lightning that Chu Yang had transformed into contained boundless power of thunder and lightning. However, he didn't seem to be affected at all. His astonishing speed seemed to be even faster than the thunder and lightning. Who would be able to withstand such extreme speed? The people below the ring were completely stunned. Chu Yang dodged again. Gong Sun Long sneered. Wild dog, what's the use of struggling? With the speed of a snail, how long would it take for you to hide to the ends of the earth? How long can you last at such a speed? Chu Yang sneered. He had already completely comprehended the yin-yang 4 phases steps. Gong Sun Long's speed was about to slow down. He just needed to get through this period of time. However, during this process, he had indeed encountered a great deal of trouble. If not for the fact that he was an extreme state cultivator whose strength, speed, and mental strength had reached the peak of the corresponding level, he wouldn't have been able to avoid being hit in his vitals. He would have been killed just now. It's enough to kill a dog like you. What you're trying to say is that you can still accumulate power and display such extreme speed again, right? Swoosh. During the conversation, Chu Yang couldn't use the yin-yang 5 phases steps. He had no choice but to use the 5 elements chaotic steps. He took a step forward and dodged the attack. With a loud bang, a huge hole was created in the ring by Gong Sun Long. Using the 5 elements chaotic steps, Chu Yang directly used the unique attribute of his magic power. Every step he took created a Chu Yang. In the blink of an eye, many Chu Yang appeared, densely packed in the air. Moreover, as many Chu Yang stepped forward, more Chu Yang continued to appear. Fake and real, real and fake. Perhaps others would think so, but every Chu Yang was real. No one could tell it all. They were all dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Is every Chu Hang real? How is this possible? Chu Hang is about to lose. It's really another illusion. The crowd was in an uproar. Gong Sun Long increased his speed, and Chu Yang was repeatedly injured. He couldn't fight back at all. Everyone thought that Chu Yang was finished. However, the situation suddenly changed. Chapter 2068. On the stage, Chu Yang could be seen in every corner. Every Chu Yang was real, but the difference in strength between every Chu Yang was huge. This was naturally a flaw. Chu Yang was used to confuse the eyes and ears. Many Chu Yang spoke at the same time. Easter maggot, are you confused? It was unknown how many voices of Chu Yang had spoken. Many voices mixed together, causing the entire world to be filled with his voice all of a sudden. Every Chu Yang was also moving, and there were more and more Chu Yang being born. In addition to the confusion caused by the 5 elements disorder steps, it made people's perception even more chaotic, making it even harder to see the essence of what was going on. Many people were really confused. To them, this was unimaginable. It was too miraculous. Is there any use in creating a pile of trash to confuse the eyes? Gong Sun Long was not an ordinary person after all. He immediately caught the flaw and sneered. Wild dog, you are hiding in the trash. I will clear all the trash. You have nowhere to run. You can't escape even if you have wings. However, his strength was rapidly declining, and so was his speed. The wild dog would definitely not allow him to use the yin-yang 4 phases steps again. This was his only chance. Roar. Between the roars of dragons and tigers, the azure dragon swung its tail, and the white tiger roared in the forest. The vermilion bird and black tortoise were not to be outdone. The vermilion bird fought in the sky, and the black tortoise stirred up the sea. As soon as the 4 symbols appeared, they fiercely displayed their might. Bang, 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 bang. One after another, Chu Yang exploded into pieces. Endless blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The arena instantly turned into a slaughterhouse, a bloody hell. Every Chu Yang was real, and they all had flesh and blood. This completely overturned everyone's understanding. How could every Chu Yang be made of flesh and blood? How could every one of them be real? How could every one of them be a real person? The whole place was silent. No one could make a sound. Only when the flesh and blood in the sky turned into surging magic power and dissipated did an uproar break out. Phew. As expected, they are not real. You scare me to death. If this is all true, then this world must be in chaos. Pichu's methods are so brilliant and amazing. I can only prostrate myself before him. I can only kneel before him. This wasn't the real Chu Yang, but merely a transformation of his magical power. Everyone released countless gasps of surprise, but they still couldn't calm down. This kind of method was simply unprecedented. Easter Maggot, are you very smart? 8 Chu Yang's voices sounded at the same time. While they were talking, the remaining 7 to 8 Chu Yang once again displayed the 5 elements' chaotic steps. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed Chu Yang once again covered the entire arena, dazzling the onlookers and causing trypophobia to flare up. This Chu Yang had once again surpassed everyone's understanding. He easily created many more Chu Yang. That effortless look made everyone feel that he could continue like this endlessly. The 4 symbols displayed their might once again, but Chu Yang, who had been eliminated in the blink of an eye, replaced them. Wild Dog, this is a waste of time. He has already seen through the mysteries of the Yin Yang 4 symbol steps. 2 thoughts flashed through Gong Sun Long's mind. Then he cursed, "Wild Dog, do you really think I can't do anything to you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a divine rainbow flew out from Gong Sun Long's body and hovered above his head. Before he could see what it was, the light dimmed. Then he realized that it was a treasure bottle. The bottom was black and white. On the bottle, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise each occupied a direction in the north, south, east, and west. They were so lifelike that they seemed to be able to rush out of the bottle at any time. The bottle was wrapped in a ball of gentle light, but the mouth of the bottle was pitch black, like an endless abyss. One could see that the light was constantly being swallowed by the bottle like flowing water. The world became even darker, as if night was about to fall. Everyone's gazes landed on the bottle. Needless to say, it could only be the Gong Sun family's Yin Yang 4 symbols bottle that could turn day into night in the blink of an eye. Chu Yang's eyes naturally fell on the bottle as well. He muttered to himself, "This is the Gong Sun family's Yin Yang 4 symbols bottle." Chapter 2069. The Yin Yang 4 Symbols Vase. Gong Sun Long has finally used his trump card. Many people have been waiting for this scene for a long time. This Yin Yang 4 Symbols Vase is not a sane item. It is not the real one. It should be a replica made by the Gong Sun family. However, it is definitely of the highest quality. A replica is the most suitable one. Gong Sun Long is not powerful enough to use a sane item. Haha. Wild Dog is finished. He is completely finished. Once the Yin Yang 4 Symbols Vase is used, Wild Dog will not be able to resist it. The ridicule and mockery shocked people. The Yin Yang 4 Symbols Vase was said to be extremely powerful. What could Chu Hang use to resist it? Chu Hang was indeed finished. People agreed with this point. Huh, Wild Dog, you are so arrogant. Keep being arrogant. This time, I would like to see how arrogant you can be. You're just a wild dog. You were refined to death by the Yin Yang 4 Symbols Vase. You did not become a dog for nothing. Arrogant people were even more arrogant. Gong Sun Long could only mock and ridicule these idiots. He was not so optimistic, and he was not so stupid. His opponent was Chu Yang. It was not a joke. If he did not try his best, he would be a joke. With a whoosh, the blackness in the mouth of the bottle deepened, and the suction force became stronger. Immediately, many Chu Yangs were unable to control their own bodies, and were directly swallowed into the bottle. One by one, the densely packed Chu Yangs were forcefully swallowed into the bottle like moths darting into a flame. They struggled with all their might, but it was to no avail. In a flash, only Chu Yang was left in the arena. He could not hide anymore. The mouth of the treasure vase turned around and aimed at him. Then, the devouring power that erupted from the vase gushed toward him. Rumble. Suddenly, the world was completely dark. You could not even see your own fingers. It was still bright in the distance, but not a single ray of light escaped from the arena. The light in the distance was like flowing water, converging into a river of light, surging towards the arena, and was completely devoured by the four symbols yin-yang vase. People even felt that their eyeballs were about to be pulled out of their eye sockets by a ray of light and thrown into it. This was an indescribable, devouring power. When it reached the pinnacle, it could simply devour the heavens and absorb the earth. At this moment, many people finally understood why the yin-yang four symbols vase was considered invincible in the eastern continent. The sky darkened quickly and brightened quickly as well. When everything returned to normal, the crowd did not immediately look at Chu Yang. Their eyes were all fixed on the yin-yang four symbols vase. No one could resist such a devouring power, so they had already assumed that Chu Yang would be swallowed into the vase. The only question left was whether or not Chu Yang could break out. However, Gong Sun Long's gaze unexpectedly did not land on the bottle. His pupils trembled, and his eyes were fixed in disbelief. His reaction was a great guide to the others. Immediately, they followed his gaze and were petrified on the spot. What did they see? A man with his hands behind his back, like a man beyond the heavens, was looking down at them from above. It was as if he had seen all the laughable things of the mortal world, all the stupidity, emotions, life, death, sickness, and death of the mortal world. Cold, indifferent, emotionless, and thoughtless. It was as if he was the embodiment of the heavenly way, and he regarded everything as a straw dog. The crowd became even more silent. They did not even dare to breathe. It was as if they were treading on thin ice when the heavenly way appeared, and their hearts were filled with fear. Chu Yang was like a rock. He did not move at all in the air, and his position did not move at all. Even the terrifying, devouring power, which could directly plunge the world into endless darkness, could not devour him. Chapter 2070. As expected of Chu Hang. What a great illusion of the Chu clan. It's not that the yin-yang four symbols isn't strong. It's just that Chu Hang is too strong. At this moment, everyone's heart was turned upside down, including Gong Sun Long. He had expected that Chu Yang would be able to withstand it, but he couldn't accept such an outcome. The yin-yang four symbols vase could be defeated, but it couldn't be defeated like this. It was completely ineffective, and the legend of the Gong Sun clan had collapsed. The Gong Sun clan's reputation would also fall into the abyss. Easter Maggot, can you show your trump card now? Chu Yang was extremely indifferent. Jing Wuming had warned him beforehand, so he had already prepared for it. It wasn't difficult for him. However, the 100 grotto heavens didn't appear, and he wasn't as relaxed as he seemed. Although the shocking devouring power was mostly neutralized, there was still a devouring power pulling him. He was like a celestial body being affected by the gravitational force of another celestial body. Dong! Gong Sun Long took a step forward with surging hatred and killing intent. The sound of a heavenly drum rang out again, shaking heaven and earth. Dong! Chu Yang also took a step forward, and a loud sound rang out, shaking heaven and earth. Dong dong. When the two of them took a second step, the ground under their feet became hazy and chaotic. Yin and Yang appeared, and their auras increased. Dong. Gong Sun Long took a third step. Because he had already used the yin-yang four symbol steps once before, the essence of heaven and earth couldn't be completely replenished. When this step landed, the feeling of heaven and earth weakening once again entered people's senses. However, what shocked them was that when Chu Yang took a third step, the feeling of heaven and earth weakening suddenly disappeared, and even became vigorous. A dazzling white light burst out from under his feet at this time. It was like a tentacle of laws, like a link connecting Chu Yang to something. I seem to have heard such a saying. Of the 5 elements, one is sun metal, one is sun wood, one is sun water, one is sun fire, and one is sun earth. Someone couldn't help but blurt out, I have the same feeling. This feeling seemed to be very strong. They felt as if Chu Yang was preaching the great Tao on behalf of the heavens. First there is yin and yang, then there are the 5 elements. Chu Yang's footwork seems to be as such. His footwork can be said to be the yin-yang five-element steps. Yin and yang can form the four divisions and can also be divided into the five elements. If this is the case, then Chu Hang can be said to be tit for tat. The person who spoke sighed. Why didn't Chu Hang use this kind of footwork immediately? I feel that Chu Hang was inspired by the yin-yang four phases steps and had a great comprehension. From there, he created his own footwork that is comparable to the yin-yang four phases steps. Chu Yang had created a saint technique. Such speculations seem to have become the law of silence, descending and suppressing the clamor that had just arisen. At first, people were extremely shocked, but soon felt that there was no need to elaborate. This was indeed unbelievable. But for Chu Yang, was this a problem? How many impossibilities had Chu Hang created? How many miracles had he created? It was just natural for him to live like this. Dong, dong, dong. The two of them took 3 more steps, and the vast and majestic sound was really shocking to the soul. Many people couldn't help but cover their ears, but even so, blood still flowed out. They were evenly matched. Chu Yang's yin-yang five-element steps didn't seem to be inferior to Gong Sun Long's yin-yang four phases steps. After Gong Sun Long's footwork stopped, he took another step. Amidst the rumbling of the world, 2 5-colored auspicious clouds under his feet completely lifted him up like a god. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After accumulating power, Chu Yang felt a great improvement in his body. His heroic spirit surged, and he roared. Crimson flames spewed out from his body as he charged towards Gong Sun Long. Chapter 2071. Chu Hang's yin-yang five-element steps can indeed reach extreme speed. Guesses were guesses, but facts were facts. When everything became reality, many people were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground when they saw Chu Yang's body that was like a meteor from outer space. At this moment, the pores all over Chu Yang's body were spewing out flames. His aura was terrifying. His body was sparkling and translucent like jade, emitting sparkling and translucent light. There was also a kind of thunderous might in his sharp aura. The endless flames were accompanied by the astonishing thunderous force. Gong Sun Long was not to be outdone. Boom! Both of them were extremely fast. Their movements were too fast, and they were rampaging. Their palms and fingers were sometimes a vermilion bird, sometimes an azure dragon, sometimes a black tortoise, and sometimes a white tiger. They stirred up the void and were about to shatter it. Bang! This time, Gong Sun Long was directly sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He was almost sent flying out of the arena. His body trembled, and blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Then his eyes were extremely cold as he soared into the sky again and charged towards Chu Yang. He did not believe that Chu Yang's yin-yang five-element steps could defeat his yin-yang four phases steps. He just created the yin-yang five-element steps, but it has already surpassed the yin-yang four phases steps. It's really amazing. Below the arena, Zhang Jian, who had not spoken for a long time, could not help but reveal a shocked expression. The yin-yang four phases steps have been famous in the East Continent for a long time, and it was an amazing saint technique. Chu Yang's move was like creating a saint technique, which made Zhang Jian unable to calm down. Feng Polong was almost speechless. He said, "So, you think he'll definitely win?" "Probably." Zhang Jian indeed thought so, but he was very reserved. Roar. The roar of the dragon and tiger, the high-pitched cry of the vermilion bird, and the roar of the black tortoise were mixed together. The sound waves rushed up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 abysses. With the azure dragon and white tiger on his left and the vermilion bird on his right, Gong Sun Long stood there like a heavenly lord, looking down on all his enemies in the world. At this moment, there was no longer any need to hide the yin-yang four phases steps. At the same time, Chu Yang let out a soft whistle, and the 4 divisions appeared simultaneously. The azure dragon on the left, the white tiger on the right, the vermilion bird in front, the black tortoise behind, and the great mountain in the middle of the 4 divisions. Metal, wood, water, and fire could form the 4 symbols. Earth should be the Gaotian, but he didn't know the Gauchen's technique, which was to replace it with mountains. Gong Sun Long rode the 4 elephants over, and the 4 elephants kept bursting out from his legs. Chu Yang was sometimes one with the azure dragon, occupying the vast sky, sometimes one with a vermilion bird covering the sky, sometimes one with a white tiger, shocking the world with its baleful aura, sometimes one with a black tortoise, impregnable as a fortress. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them were like 2 bolts of lightning clashing against each other. After countless shocking collisions, the 4 beasts roared and the arena shook violently. In the end, the array on the arena collapsed completely. Everyone's expressions changed. The arena was constructed from special materials and had a formation protecting it. Even if both of them had a formation that could restrain the collision, the arena shouldn't have collapsed. However, something like this had happened. Kill. In the sky, the 4 elephants were still fighting, and the great mountain was resisting the pull of the yin-yang 4 divisions vase. Chu Yang was constantly exchanging blows with Gong Sun Long, fierce, tyrannical, swift, and filled with dense killing intent. Every move was fatal. It was like 2 worlds were clashing, and only ghosts were crying and gods were howling. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. So terrifying, so intense. In the past 6 academies' combined competition, there has never been such a world-shaking battle. If this continues, who will win and who will lose? Why do I feel that Chu Hang is more tyrannical and fierce? His chances of winning seem to be higher. Chu Hang is extraordinary, but Gong Sun Long also has the potential to strike the 9 heavens and 9 underworlds. Chapter 2072. In the eyes of the vast majority of people on the arena, the battle between Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long was extremely thrilling. In fact, it had already reached its climax. However, some people thought that the two were just playing a game. At least, Nan Gongxing thought so. Nan Gongxing didn't mingle with the crowd to watch this battle. He was looking at Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long on the arena, and also at the people below the arena, as well as the headmasters of the 6 academies and the leaders on the closed stands. Everything in the arena was like a huge ocean to Nan Gongxing. There were too many things he had to pay attention to. He had to be careful because he was really nothing, especially in front of the leaders of the 6 college. He was just an ant. Although he was an ant, he was one of the few ants who had a clear mind. Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long hadn't used their true strength yet. They were both extremely careful and cautious. They wouldn't strike like a thunderbolt if they weren't completely certain of their victory. They wouldn't kill the other party. This was because once they failed, not only would they reveal their trump cards, but they might also lose their balance and completely lose control of the situation. One careless move, and the whole game would be lost. This might be the final result. Gong Sun Long was definitely an amazing person. Although Nan Gongxing didn't like Gong Sun Long, he still had to admit that Gong Sun Long was an amazing person who was worth learning from and admiring. Gong Sun Long had very good self-discipline. He would definitely do what he should do. He would definitely not do what he shouldn't do. He knew everything very clearly. He would definitely not violate his own discipline and go against his own rules. Self-discipline was his rule, a great rule. Therefore, he could easily stay calm and had endless patience. He always maintained his rationality, like an assassin patiently waiting for the best opportunity to kill. Gong Sun Long definitely hadn't used his trump cards yet. Everyone knew about the so-called yin-yang 4 symbols bottle. Chu Yang was also an amazing person. The 5 Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron was a level 9 formation that was like a sword hanging in the sky. It was constantly intimidating Gong Sun Long. In Nan Gongxing's opinion, the 5-color divine light was deliberately leaked by Chu Yang. Gong Sun Long would definitely find a way to counter his array formation, and the 5-color divine light would be a good counter. He didn't know how long the two of them were going to play. Perhaps they would stop playing very soon. One of them would take the lead and think that they had grasped the perfect opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and take the lead to attack. The reason why Nangong Xing was like this was naturally because he had interrogated something from Yiyu. Yiyu was a smart person. Sometimes, a smart person was the easiest to convince. Because he was a smart person, he was always rational. He knew the pros and cons and the consequences very well. Therefore, he would make the right choice. Therefore, Nangong Xing obtained some information that he wanted to know. However, what he learned made him worried. Even if Chu Yang won, it was not a victory. In addition, Yi was a smart person. He didn't know much. He couldn't even be sure that what he heard from Gong Sun Long was true and reliable. Yi was talking about Gong Sun Long. Unfortunately, at the most critical moment, he took advantage of Nangong Xing's carelessness and killed himself. Nangong Xing was caught off guard. He wanted to slap himself. Gong Sun's Ho wasn't as smart as Yiyu. His choice was also very stupid. Therefore, he died a terrible death. However, he kept his mouth shut. Chapter 2073. Nangong Xing was only one of them, and he thought he was clear-headed. He remembered that Yinming was also a member of the sentient beings, but she was completely caught up in the situation and couldn't extricate herself. She was extremely nervous and worried, and she was constantly on tenterhooks. She was very worried about Chu Yang, very worried. In fact, she didn't really understand herself. She hated Chu Yang for ruining her chastity, but in the end, she realized that her heart had been stolen by that bastard Chu Yang. When she realized this, she just laughed at herself. How can someone who can make Shangguan Lan fall in love with not be attractive? The little fellow beside her remembered Yinin. This little loli was very engrossed in watching the movie. From time to time, she would make a fuss and call out brother-in-law. Every time her younger sister was endlessly worried, her emotions were the same. Moreover, she gave the best evidence. Therefore, she had no choice but to admit that she had also fallen for the trick. Little Zen master Fa Zhao and Mu Zizhen were both fated with the Buddha. They had come into contact with Chu Yang before, so they seemed to have used their compassion on Chu Yang. The changes in the situation were also affecting their hearts at all times. Chun Burang really wanted Chu Yang to die, but he could only hope that his hope wouldn't lead to Chu Yang's death. The person who was the most unhappy was Long Xiaojun. Whether it was Chu Yang or Gong Sun Long, only one could die. For him, it would be best if the one to die was Chu Yang. His intuition told him that Chu Yang was much more of a bastard than Gong Sun Long. However, he would never admit that Chu Yang was scarier than Gong Sun Long, and he was more wary of him. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Long Xiaojun was so annoyed that he activated the 3-character classic and cursed everything in the world. His intuition told him that one day in the future, he would definitely kneel down to Chu Yang and willingly submit to him. This was really too bad, too bad. Boom. At this time, Chu Yang was ferocious and domineering as he channeled his physique to the pinnacle, causing Gong Sun Long to spit out a mouthful of blood. Shortly after, Gong Sun Long was beaten like a scarecrow by Chu Yang and was slammed into the ground. Hashtag yin yin, hashtag yin%. Long Xiaojun's face darkened, as if someone had proven to him that his intuition was correct. He cursed even more furiously in his heart. Is the outcome going to be decided? Is Chu Yang going to win? Many people cried out in alarm. Just now, Gong Sun Long didn't even have the strength to fight back. Impossible. Who is Gong Sun Long? He was the future heir of the Gong Sun family. In the future, he would definitely dominate the East continent with the yin-yang 4 symbols vase. In any case, the spells that he's used so far are only the tip of the iceberg. He hasn't even used his martial soul, the yin-yang 4 symbols bottle. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to agree. Gong Sun Long is much more powerful than Chu Hang. Besides, the current situation doesn't mean anything. Wasn't Chu Yang also suppressed by Gong Sun Long before? Gong Sun Long has a 90% chance of winning. The cruel reality will happen soon. Shangguan Lan had bright eyes and white teeth. She was like a quietly blooming divine flower, but no one appreciated her. She didn't say anything and was very calm. She clearly knew that Chu Yang still had to go through a lot of such fierce battles. And a battle of this level with Gong Sun Long shouldn't be considered a big deal. After all, the East Continent couldn't be compared to the Middle Continent. Chapter 2074. It's really surprising that your physical body is so strong to such an extent. On the messy arena, in the largest and deepest crater, Gong Sun Long's figure slowly stood up, shrouded in dust and fog. Immediately, everyone saw his smile. It was a smile without any warmth. Sharp killing intent surged in his eyes, and an endless fighting spirit rose in him. But it doesn't matter. Otherwise, I would be afraid of the sharp teeth and claws of a wild dog like you. If you were too weak, wouldn't I become a joke? Gong Sanbu walked out of the crater step by step. He didn't use the yin-yang four-phases steps, but his aura moved like a dragon. It was as if thousands of flames were erupting from his body at the same time. An aura that made the dead spirit realm warriors pale, and fright surged out. In the air, when he confronted Chu Yang again, the aura of death around him was already surging. Corpses, white bones, mass graves, yellow springs, great tombs, all kinds of death phenomena appeared. The smell of decay and the aura of death spread out, and yellow corpse water splashed under his feet. An indescribable pressure spread out. Under such pressure, everyone could smell the aura of death. They felt that Gong Sun Long had become incomparably dangerous, as if he was possessed by the god of death. He could take their lives at any time. One of Gong Sun Long's eyes was surging with the aura of death, like a kingdom of death. In the other eye, a bottle was floating up and down. It could be seen that it was swallowing the light in the world, and the surroundings quickly dimmed. He looked at Chu Yang in front of him and smiled again without any warmth. The corner of his mouth curved into an extremely cold arc, and he said, "You seem to have forgotten something. Am I right?" Dead Spirit Realm. Gong Sun Long was actually in the Dead Spirit Realm. People didn't know Gong Sun Long's true realm. Now that they knew, they were shocked. They felt that the world was tilting towards Gong Sun Long. Gong Sun Long's Dead Spirit Realm was definitely not the Dead Spirit Realm of ordinary people. Just like Chu Yang's Dead Spirit Realm, it was not something ordinary people could compare to. Chu Yang could kill people whose cultivation base was higher than his, and so could Gong Sun Long. Perhaps he was not as exaggerated as Chu Yang, but this was not important. What was important was that even if this difference was offset, Gong Sun Long was at least a great realm higher than Chu Yang. Although it was not very accurate, it could be described this way. The current Chu Yang facing Gong Sun Long was like facing himself in the Nirvana realm. Are you emphasizing your nobility and showing your superiority again? Chu Yang didn't care at all, and then laughed lightly. You're so shameless. Congratulations, we're kindred spirits. Huh. Lu Yunpeng and the others burst into laughter. Their feelings were different from the others. Gong Sun Long's cultivation level was higher than Chu Yang's, but this was not a big deal because it was Chu Yang. Are you showing your arrogance again? Gong Sun Long's cold smile disappeared. His words were as cold as ice. You're incorrigible. Chu Yang didn't answer. With a thought, there was a loud rumble. The long-forgotten five Hell's mother-child heavenly demon cauldron in the sky once again entered the minds of the forgetful people. 9th rank array master. Chu Hang is a 9th rank array master. So what if Gong Sun Long was in the Dead Spirit Realm? Wasn't Chu Yang a 9th rank array master? Even more shocking. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The yin-yang four symbols vase blocked in front of Chu Yang. The snake-like weapon floated above Gong Sun Long's head again. Many people realized that not only did they forget about the five Hell's mother-child heavenly demon cauldron, but they also seemed to have forgotten something. Chapter 2075. Rumble. The sky darkened, and in the blink of an eye, layers of lightning surged out and gathered, covering an area of several thousand feet. The dark clouds were very low, and the dark thundercloud seemed to be right in front of them. The pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Within the thunderclouds, the immense power of lightning was like numerous gigantic silver dragons swimming about playfully, releasing a terrifying pressure of the heavens and earth. The dark clouds were about to destroy the city. In the sky, the five hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldrons had formed a five elements formation. The five elements produced thunder, which then formed the thundercloud. The terror of a level 9 formation was fully displayed, and it was even more terrifying than the first time Chu Yang had used it. Obviously, when he first set up the formation to deal with Gong Sun Long, Chu Yang had not fully activated the power of the formation. Now, he did not hold back at all. Rumble. A huge thunderbolt suddenly drilled out of the thundercloud. When it descended, the surprising thing was that it didn't fall on Gong Sun Long's body. Instead, it fell directly on Chu Yang. When the thunder arrived, Chu Yang let out a muffled groan. His body was about to collapse, and the majestic power of thunder and lightning was directly absorbed into his body. Not a single trace of it leaked out, but a terrifying wave of energy was emitted from his body. Gong Sun Long's expression changed. He did not know what Chu Yang was going to do, so he was worried and frightened, especially in the sky. The formation formed by the five hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldrons did not weaken after releasing the thunder power. Instead, it became even more violent. Easter Maggot, I only need one move to kill you. Whoosh! Chu Yang suddenly launched an attack. With a whoosh, he shot out a five-color divine light, sweeping towards the yin-yang vase and the snake-like whip treasures. Devour! Gong Sun Long roared again and again. The yin-yang four symbols vase trembled and emitted a buzzing sound. Soon after, it began to spin and the entire vase disappeared. A huge black hole was formed in its place, like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour the five-colored light. On the other side, a shadow of the yin-yang four symbols vase appeared above the snake-like whip treasure. It erupted with a tremendous devouring power, devouring the five-color divine light. The ray of light was like water, sinking into an abyss. It was swallowed by two huge devouring forces. The world was completely dark, and one couldn't even see one's own fingers. In the endless darkness, there was only a ray of five-colored light. This was the confrontation between the divine ability and the yin-yang four symbols vase. The two of them were in a stalemate. The five-color divine light was actually locked in place, and the two terrifying devouring powers were locked in an evenly matched confrontation. Crack! A moment later, like a black demonic mountain being torn apart, a ray of light burst out from the black hole formed by the yin-yang four symbols vase. Like a divine sword, it cut the black hole in half. The divine power of the five-color divine light won in the end and defeated the terrifying devouring power. Wild Dog, Gong Sun Long said, "You were holding back earlier, but I wasn't holding back either. King Heaven Devourer Snake, devour heaven and earth." No one could see him, but only hear his voice. In the darkness, the hissing sound of a viper flicking its forked tongue could be heard. And yet, Gong Sun Long was nowhere to be seen. The only thing that could be seen was that the black hole had devoured the ray of light, and everything had returned to normal. The situation had changed, and the result had been reversed. The five-color divine light was a legendary divine ability, and it was slowly moving toward the black hole, as if it were about to be devoured. It was completely unbelievable. The five-color divine light could wipe out all living things in heaven and earth, and could not be defeated. And yet, it was being suppressed. Everyone couldn't believe that a myth was being destroyed right in front of their eyes. At the same time, they were all thinking the same thing. Rumors are just rumors. Legends are just legends. That so-called five-color divine light is nothing more than that. It's just a magical technique, and it's just a bit stronger. Chapter 2076. Rumble. At this moment, a thunderous roar rang out again. A five-colored lightning suddenly burst forth. It was like the terrifying lightning that tore apart the heavens in the dark night. What was different was that the terrifying lightning that night sky saw only tore apart the night sky for a brief moment. However, this five-colored lightning was extremely domineering, as if it was going to completely tear apart the sky. The darkness was instantly shattered, and light descended once again. It was incomparably dazzling, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Rumble. Before they could react, endless dazzling thunder rays illuminated the world. The thundercloud was like a nest of 10,000 dragons. Endless thunder dragons shuttled back and forth within it. Soon after, a huge thunder dragon descended with a loud rumble. The world trembled violently as the sound of thunder reverberated between the heavens and the earth. As all of this happened, the huge bolt of lightning landed on Gong Sunlong's body. The two treasures were taken away in an instant. Gong Sunlong had no time to react and was struck by the lightning. His entire body spasmed, and his handsome face was distorted as he was drowned by the lightning. His mouth and nose were filled with the power of thunder and lightning. When the thunder and lightning entered his body, it was endless. In the blink of an eye, his body became transparent. Then it suddenly expanded and turned into a huge thunderball. Rumble. In the next moment, the huge thunderball exploded, and the boundless power of thunder and lightning gushed out like a flood. The endless dazzling lightning arcs were like numerous rivers, surging in all directions and converging towards the sea. Everyone was temporarily deafened by the thunderous roar. A moment later, the lightning tide faded away. The dazzling lightning radiance and the sound of thunder all came from the sky. The original place had already calmed down. Only the wind was still whistling, as if it was telling everyone in horror what had just happened. There was nothing, not even a speck of dust. Gong Sunlong was nowhere to be seen, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Gong Sunlong was dead, and there was nothing left of him? There were countless questions that the crowd was unable to understand in a short period of time. Everything happened too quickly, and it also ended too quickly. At this moment, Chuyang also did not understand the situation. He did not know whether Gong Sunlong was dead or alive. All of a sudden, he felt a cold and gloomy aura that made his heart palpitate. In an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his entire body turned ice cold. What is it? Behind us? Not good. Wong. Chuyang suddenly felt an incomparably sharp aura behind him. When he turned around to look, his mind buzzed and instantly went blank. Gong Sunlong was not dead. It was a gigantic nine-headed snake that seemed to be as tall as the heavens. Its upper body held up the heavens, and its lower body held the earth in place. Of the 9 snake heads, one of them had already been blasted open and was dripping with blood. The mouths of the remaining 8 snake heads were like black holes. The deepest part of the mouths seemed to be endless darkness and the boundless universe. 9-headed King Heaven Devourer. Below the stage, Shangwan Lan suddenly cried out in alarm when she saw the huge 9-headed snake. Divine light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she could no longer maintain her calmness on her flawless face, revealing a worried expression. The 9-headed King Heaven Devourer serpent could devour heaven and earth and refine all living things. It was born with the cultivation base of a sage, and once it reached a certain level, it would become an earthly emperor. According to the records, in ancient times, a 9-headed King Heaven Devourer serpent had caused great chaos in an ancient city in the central continent and caused a rain of blood. In the end, the 9-headed King Heaven Devourer serpent was killed. However, the city, which was guarded by numerous powerful organizations, was riddled with holes, and not a single person was left alive. Chapter 2077. Big Bro Go. Shangwan Lan said anxiously. Her heart was racing like ants on a hot pan, and she almost couldn't hold back the urge to attack. Wild dog, you hurt my martial soul. I'll make sure you never get reincarnated. Gong Sunlong's image appeared in the eyes of the 8 snakeheads, and before he could even speak, one of the snakeheads lunged toward Yang Qi. Even as Chu Yang realized what was happening behind him, it was too late to react. To the astonishment of everyone present, he was swallowed up and cut off from the outside world. The moment he was swallowed into the snake's belly, Chu Yang realized that it wasn't endless darkness. Instead, he seemed to have been swallowed into a dilapidated world. Everywhere he looked was a stretch of ruins. The air of desolation surged and filled the air. This is a dilapidated world. Yang Qi wasn't flustered at all. Although things had gone completely out of his control, he had long since prepared for the worst. But now the worst had happened. After eliminating all possible factors, he was certain that he could kill Gong Sun Long with a single blow. Therefore, he attacked without hesitation, unleashing an attack that he had been preparing for a long time. And yet, in the end, he had failed. Not a single person or living creature remained. Silence, incomparable silence. Chu Yang was very calm and didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he focused on the situation. Gong Sun Long was even more terrifying than Jing Wuming had anticipated. King Heaven Devourer's snake martial soul was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. He had 9 heads, each of which represented a life. In other words, Gong Sun Long had 9 lives. He was very strong. Yang Qi couldn't help but sigh. If he wanted to kill Gong Sun Long, he would have to kill him 9 times. Unfortunately, he didn't have that many opportunities. As soon as Chu Yang arrived, the dilapidated minor world began to shrink down. Magical symbols appeared, along with streams of energy that seemed to be primal chaos energy or wasteland energy. It was both bizarre and terrifying. The small world also began to blur. After shrinking to the limit, it seemed to have become a cage. It was pitch black, as if it was connected to a terrifying prison. It was dark and gloomy, and filled with a devilish quality. Just where am I? I'm trapped in this dark prison. If I don't die, I'll be completely assimilated. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang didn't wait any longer. He began to bombard the dark prison in an attempt to break out. The world shook while the heavens and the earth were overturned. However, it was limited to this expanse of the heavens and the earth, and the enormous fluctuations formed from it were utterly unable to spread to the outside world. The dark prison was extremely sturdy. Clang, clang, accompanied by Chu Yang's continuous bombardment. The sound of a bell suddenly burst forth. Only then did he suddenly realize that the dark prison had turned into a large golden bell. Master, the other party knows that you're going to break free. He must have gone crazy, so he wants to use your combat power to refine his own divine weapon. The Ice Kuan, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this time. What a good plan. Chu Yang frowned. Gong Sun Long actually treated him like a blacksmith and helped him forge a divine weapon. Let's see if your golden bell is harder than my fist. Clang, clang. Chu Yang punched again and again. His punches were as heavy as mountains as they smashed on the golden bell, causing the entire place to tremble and resonate loudly with the bell. The golden bell was resplendent, and various runes appeared on the bell. The bell rang leisurely, as if it was some kind of supreme scripture or the sound of the great Tao. It was transmitted along with the golden ripples. Along with Chu Yang's fierce bombardment, densely packed characters appeared and turned into scriptures. They fell off from the bell and turned into a heavenly net. They fell down, wanting to trap him and refine him inside. This is Gong Sun Long's Tao. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. After the Ice Kuan's reminder, he completely understood. He was trapped here. Not only did he have to compete with the bell, but he also had to compete with Gong Sun Long's Tao. He hadn't reached the Nirvana realm, so he couldn't release the Tao flame. Otherwise, he could use the Nirvana flame to burn Gong Sun Long's Tao and divine weapon. Now, it was a little troublesome. He was afraid that he could only break through by force and refine Gong Sun Long's Tao. Chapter 2078. The battle between Gong Sun Long and Chu Yang had suddenly changed frequently. It was extremely fierce, and their methods were unimaginable. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand the battle between the two. They had completely lost the basis to judge the outcome of the battle. However, after Chu Yang was swallowed into the snake's stomach, there was no movement for a long time. Some people began to cheer. Some were happy, some were worried. Shang Wanlan and the others were extremely nervous. The parrot could not help but take action. In the snake's stomach, Chu Yang thought for a while. His body became crystal clear like a godhead. Lines of rules gathered in his hand. His hand was like a demonic blade. This was the condensation of his Tao. His body itself was a godhead that carried his own Tao. Gong Sun Long had calculated that he would not be able to release the nirvana flame. However, he did not expect this. With a slash of his hand, there was no resistance. The net was cut in half like a piece of paper. How could Chu Yang be afraid of Gong Sun Long in a battle of martial arts? How could he be weaker than Gong Sun Long? Although Gong Sun Long's Tao was strong, it was still far from Chu Yang's. The condensation of Chu Yang's Tao was formed from the condensation of the Destiny Twins' martial spirits in this strange world. This kind of process was like the process of the formation of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it could be said that his Tao was the embryonic form of the heavenly Tao. This was also the reason why it was difficult for him to improve his cultivation. The improvement of his cultivation was comparable to the growth of a world. After cutting open Gong Sun Long's Tao, Chu Yang's acupoints lit up one after another like dazzling stars. His meridians were like the lines of a formation, and the 100 heavenly caves in his lower abdomen were like the centers of a formation. Chu Yang's body was like the rotation of a formation, and in the blink of an eye, he was like an eternal divine furnace, dazzling with divine light. Dang! He punched the golden bell again. The golden bell shook violently and immediately caved in. However, it was like a piece of flesh. It wriggled and smoothed out the dent. However, it was still shaking. Chu Yang went completely mad. His fists were like hammers as he furiously smashed the golden bell. After dozens of punches, a kacha sound was heard as cracks appeared on the golden bell's body. Dang! Dang! In the last dozen or so punches, the bell cracked even faster and exploded with a bang. Countless fragments shot out, even forming a golden rain that filled the sky. Just as Chu Yang was about to break free from the golden bell, a 9-headed snake that had been lying in wait for a long time suddenly pounced out. The snake opened its mouth like a black hole, and endless darkness swallowed Chu Yang whole with a whoosh. Divine weapon hidden edge. Gong Sun Long had made arrangements in the golden bell, and the real danger had just arrived. Chu Yang was swallowed into another world and couldn't help but be shocked. He thought to himself, in a battle of life and death, I really can't be careless at all. Zap zap. In an unfamiliar world, a loud metallic sound rang out. The moment Chu Yang saw this world, he was horrified. In this world, there were countless corpses. The entire world was filled with corpses. It was like an ocean of corpses. This world of corpses was like a place where the heavenly Tao disposed of corpses. After the world's creatures died, their corpses would gather here. When a vast world of corpses suddenly imprinted in Chu Yang's eyes, he felt that countless corpses were forcefully stuffed into his perception. He became a huge tomb, frozen from head to toe. Chapter 2079. What the hell is going on? Chu Yang thought, his eyes going wide as he looked around at the shocking world around him. The world of corpses wasn't static. In the very center of the world, countless corpses caved in, revealing an enormous millstone that was grinding away at the corpses. The sound of metal also rang out from there. When the creatures fell into the millstone, they were crushed like beans, falling into a black hole at the very center of the millstone. Black smoke billowed out, and then everything disappeared without a trace. Don't tell me this is the 9-headed king snake's stomach? It devours everything, grinds them down, and then transforms them into power. Even as that thought appeared in his mind, he felt a powerful gravitational force pulling him toward the millstone. He was shocked. The space around his lower abdomen suddenly collapsed. With a loud rumble, it was as if the door to a new world had opened wide. Endless auspicious lights erupted. Then, a total of 99 booms rang out, one after another, filling the 99 heavens. Chu Yang didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately called upon his 100 heavenly caves. Following the opening of all 100 heavenly abodes, it was as if there were stars shining behind him, dazzling everyone's eyes. 100 heavenly caves corresponded to 100 worlds. In the face of 100 worlds, the gravitational force was so weak that it didn't even budge. "My lord, eat them all," the Ice Koan said, causing Chu Yang's jaw to drop. His food wasn't corpses, and the sight of corpses being ground down was nauseating. How could he possibly eat them? "My lord, this isn't real. It's just the manifestation of the nine-headed king, Snake's innate gift." Chu Yang couldn't stand it. It was too disgusting. "If you don't eat them, my lord, you won't be able to get out." Yang Qi was at a loss for words, but at the same time, he found himself feeling much more relaxed. "My lord, this is a stroke of good fortune. I'm afraid that Easter Maggot doesn't know what's going on. Otherwise, my lord wouldn't have been able to deal with him so easily." It sounded like the truth. "Who?" Chu Yang let out a long breath and became serious again. This was a matter of life and death, so he couldn't joke about it. Behind him, the 100 worlds began to converge, turning into a giant that was 1,000 zhang tall. Its large hand reached out, covering the sky and covering the sun as it grabbed the enormous millstone. Rumble. This world shook intensely, the heavens collapsing and earth caving in, starting to break apart. The millstone shook violently, but it was like a living fish that couldn't break free. With a crack, it was swallowed into the giant's stomach like a pancake. There was no need for Chu Yang to actively devour the endless corpses, as well as the churning flesh, blood, and bones. Along with the millstone, they converged into rivers of death and were all thrown into the giant's mouth. After that, Chu Yang began to vomit. Although those were not real, he had eyes. He was a visual animal. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Gong Sunlong's nine-headed heaven-devourer serpent collapsed, and Chu Yang returned. However, the world didn't seem to accept it, and he felt like Qin Shi Huang had been resurrected 2,000 years later and was looking at his own terracotta soldiers. Gong Sunlong was one of the members of the terracotta soldiers, and his posture was perfect. How could Yang Qi let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? Swish! Chu Yang dashed over and slapped Gong Sunlong's head into his chest. He didn't feel anything at all. So easy. Bam! As Gong Sunlong's second life faded away, his corpse fell to the ground and vanished. Only then did the terracotta soldiers come back to life, and yet they didn't seem to be able to speak. Chapter 2080. Big Bro Goat. A smile blossomed on Shangwan Land's beautiful face. It was like the first spring breeze, blowing past and awakening hundreds of flowers, colorful and brilliant. He actually won. Unbelievable, Nangong Xing said, still in disbelief. Chu Yang had been devoured by the nine-headed king Heaven Devourer snake for some time, and Chu Yang still hadn't managed to free himself. Then the crowd went crazy, and some of them even began to attack the parrot and the others. Gong Sunlong's victory was a victory for the East Continent. Nangong Xing found it ironic that Chu Yang hadn't died yet. Instead, the madly laughing faces turned into slack-jawed expressions. He wants to change the East Continent's view of the Eastern Wilderness? But it won't be easy. He was from the East Continent, so it was only natural that he knew what the people there were thinking. Whoosh! Everyone's attention fell on Chu Yang. Amidst the dead silence, the sudden appearance of the space-piercing deity was magnified infinitely and appeared particularly obvious. Immediately, everyone saw a figure in the field, frantically running away like a stray dog. Gong Sunlong. Gong Sunlong was actually fleeing. Everyone was shocked for a moment, but then they realized that if the nine-headed king Heaven Devourer snake couldn't do anything to Chu Yang, then what else could he do other than flee? Chu Yang was also taken aback. Never in his wildest dreams could he have guessed that something like this would happen. But then he snapped out his days. Do you really think you can escape? It was the yin-yang 4 phases steps versus the yin-yang 5 phases steps. Chu Yang was the first to catch up. The sword of contradiction appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it out like a god of the underworld. If King Yama wanted you dead, who would dare to let you live until dawn? A vortex appeared on the blade of the sword, which was none other than the reincarnation vortex. Chu Yang was using his own reincarnation divine ability, but he was hiding it within his sword technique. I'll take your third life. Chu Yang's sword was unstoppable and filled with boundless power. If one nation tried to stop another, then the other would be destroyed. Blood sprayed out. Gong Sun Long did not have any effective resistance at all. His greatest trump card had been broken, and in a short moment, he had lost all his courage. The head was sent flying by the sword, but the headless body was still running wildly before it mysteriously disappeared. When he reappeared, there was not a trace of blood on his face, as if he was made of gold paper. However, he seemed to have shaken off his fear, and his eyes were filled with extreme resentment. Wild dog, you can't kill me, and you don't have the chance to kill me. I admit, Schwa. The sword pierced out like the last ray of light before the night fell. Chu Yang arrived in an instant and pierced through Gong Sun Long's throat. Blood spurted out as the head flew up. What a fast sword, what a shocking sword. Gong Sun Long had a smile on his face, as if he wasn't the one being killed. He exclaimed, "You even have space techniques. What an amazing space technique. It's almost teleportation. However, you still can't kill me." Ha! Gong Sun Long's head laughed wildly in the air. Wild dog, I admit defeat. Do you still dare to kill me? As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Sun Long's body disappeared, but his laughter was still echoing. This time, he reappeared with a mocking smile on his face. Wild dog, today's hatred will be returned 100-fold. You won't have the chance. Chu Yang's voice was as cold as ice. The 6 academies' combined competition was cruel, but once the opponent admitted defeat, one could not kill. Otherwise, one would have to bear the consequences. However, he had already made up his mind to kill, and he would kill anyone who tried to stop him. With a clang, a sword light shot out in all directions. Gong Sun Long did not resist at all and allowed his head to be chopped off again. Chapter 2081. I don't need you to worry. Chu Yang's killing intent surged, but his heart was full of worries. Is that so? Gong Suanlong's mockery became even more contemptuous. In the end, he said, 6 leaders, aren't you embarrassed? Do you still care about the dignity of the 6th campus? Gong Sun Long was truly terrifying, causing people to tremble in fear. His body disappeared and then reappeared. These were his 6 lives. Chu Yang didn't care. When he was about to attack again, a few loud roars burst out from the closed spectator stands. Vast saint aura blanketed the sky. Glittering and translucent flowers of the great Tao fell like rain. Heaven and earth trembled. Rolling thunder resounded throughout the world. In an instant, the firmament was dyed red. When the saint was angry, the world changed color. When the killing intent was triggered, the heavens sent out killing intent. Everyone couldn't help but kneel down and tremble. Bang! 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 Chu Yang felt as if he was hit by 6 heavy hammers. He spat out 6 mouthfuls of blood. His whole body was frozen. Is this the power of a saint? His words are the law. It's not just for show. Almost all the leaders of the 6th campus wanted to stop Chu Yang from continuing to kill. What they thought would happen. Logically speaking, Chu Yang was now a dead man. However, his body had become a god, so it formed a certain resistance. In addition, the ice Koan secretly helped him, so he was still alive. Ha! Wild dog, your fixed posture is really beautiful. Gong Sun Long laughed even more wildly. How could Chu Yang not kill such a person? If you cut the grass without removing the roots, there would be endless trouble in the future. He also felt the power of a saint. At this moment, he couldn't even speak. Wild dog died. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a cold voice came out of nowhere. However, it didn't come from a closed spectator stance. It came from an inexplicable space. The voice was cold, oppressive, and domineering. It was like an emperor who ruled the world and was as majestic as a prison. Qianzi, it's Qianzi's voice. All of a sudden, many people started to shout. The members of the Heaven and Earth Party of the Sky Court became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They showed an expression of worship and prostrated themselves in worship. Greetings, Qianzi. Qianzi. The entire place was in chaos. The name Qianzi resounded like thunder. Who hadn't heard of it before? This was a legendary figure who was extremely elusive. However, he had actually appeared. This was truly surprising. Qianzi was the synonym of strength among the students of the 6 great academies. He was lawless and had no regard for anyone else. Even the leaders of the 6 great academies didn't put him in his eyes. He had once turned the East Continent upside down, but no one could do anything about him. No one had expected Qianzi to appear at this moment. Qianzi, he actually appeared. Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang were shocked. They knew how powerful Qianzi was. What worried the 3 of them the most was that they could clearly hear that Qianzi seemed to have enmity with Chu Yang. Otherwise, with Qianzi's character, why would he bother with Chu Yang? It's him. Shangwan Lan couldn't help but frown. Ji Yining turned pale on the spot. She clearly remembered the conflict between Qianzi and the leader of the Sky Court. At that time, the leader of the Sky Court couldn't even capture Qianzi. In the chaos, many high-level members of the 6 great academies were shocked when they learned of Qianzi's arrival. Qianzi, the Sage Master's face was burning hot, revealing a wave of hatred. Back then, he had been sent flying by a slap from Qianzi, losing all his face. The faces of the other 5 great academies' masters suddenly turned ugly. The scene was completely out of control. Bang, bang, bang. Every word Qianzi said was a heavy blow to Chu Yang. The shock caused his internal organs to crack. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. His 7 orifices were bleeding. A sage. He was extremely shocked. Qianzi was already a sage. Although he deserved to be killed, he didn't intend to kill him immediately. He had a deep hatred and probably wanted to vent his hatred on him. He wouldn't let him die so easily. Rumble. Chapter 2082. Qianzi finally arrived and walked out of the gate of time and space. The supreme power that could shatter space seemed to force space to submit to him, making him look like an emperor, the ruler of heaven and earth. Everything in the world had to submit to him. Even the heavenly Tao had to be controlled. He was a supreme existence, the meaning of all existence. Without him, there would be nothing. Heaven and earth shouldn't exist. Dong! With one step, heaven and earth shook. The air pressed down and sank. Everyone felt like they were being stepped on, and the ground sank. It seemed like it couldn't bear the weight of Qianzi's body. Everyone was so suffocated that they couldn't breathe. Fear and trepidation filled them. In the beginning, Qianzi was already a half-step saint. He was able to fight against a saint. He wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. It was rumored that he had no parents, no siblings, and was born by heaven and earth. He was the son of heaven and earth. Such a person was born to be above millions of people. He was incomparably noble. The East Continent was simply a disgrace to his status. Only the members of the Tranquil party were nervous, excited, worshipping, and proud. They saw their leader, their majestic leader, looking at Qianzi and the others as if they saw their bright future. With one step, he stepped on the space above Chu Yang's head. The power that the leaders of the 6 academies exerted on him instantly shattered and was replaced by an even more terrifying power. In an instant, he was like an ant that had been stepped on. The sound of bones cracking came from his body. He couldn't help but kneel down. He couldn't resist. If his physical body hadn't become a god, his spiritual body would have been condensed like a godhead. Both of them were incomparably powerful. How could his bones be broken? He didn't even have the chance to struggle. He had to kneel down like a servant, waiting for his master's arrival in fear and trepidation. Dong! Qianzi stepped on the ground again. The sound of a great bell resounded, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The pressure on Chu Yang was even greater. The saber and sword martial spirits were making clanging sounds, while the dragon martial spirit was emitting a roar. That was the only reason why he was not forced to kneel down. However, the ground under his feet was unable to bear the pressure and directly sank. He was much shorter than everyone else, and only half of his body was above the ground. Qianzi finally revealed his body. He was about 27 or 28 years old. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. His body was extremely small. His eyes were like the sun and the moon. His flesh and blood were the earth. His bones were the pillars of heaven, and his hair was the grass. The aura around him seemed to be released by the heavenly Tao. With his hands behind his back, he was as straight as a pillar of heaven. He was as straight as a divine spear, piercing the sky. Qianzi. Everyone. It was Qianzi. Everyone felt as if they were facing the heavens. They knelt on the ground and lowered their heads. This is Qianzi. He is indeed incomparably powerful. He is like an immemorial divine mountain or even a great emperor. The pressure on Chu Yang's body increased. Even if he resisted with all his might, his legs were gradually bent. He was about to kneel down. You are that dog. Qianzi looked down from high above. He looked at Chu Yang as if he was looking at an ant. His voice was like heaven's might. It was like 10,000 mountains. Dog! Chu Yang was furious. However, he couldn't make a sound under the great pressure. He roared in his heart. Who can make me kneel? Even the heavens and earth can't. He communicated with his light soul. A supreme aura of light came from the deepest part of his body. It was like 100,000 flames gushing out. His body emitted light like an eternal sun. Kachacha. Chapter 2083. Chu Yang wasn't afraid at all. He raised his head and stared at Qianzi. You seem to be very angry. Boom! A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. Chu Yang actually dared to speak to Qianzi like this. Gong Sunlong couldn't help but be shocked. Under such circumstances, if he were facing Qianzi, he definitely wouldn't dare to speak like this. His words were filled with sarcasm and ridicule. You really do have some dog guts. Anger gradually appeared on Qianzi's face, but it soon subsided. However, his voice became more dignified and heavy, as if the weight of the entire world was pressing down. However, you do have some ability. Under my pressure, you were able to endure for so long without kneeling. You do have the qualifications to be arrogant, but this is not enough for me to pardon your sins. You ruined my plan in the eastern wilderness. How should you be punished? Qianzi's sudden shout made Chu Yang feel as if he was an unforgivable sinner. Even 100 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins. His heart was filled with guilt, and he was constantly repenting. He was about to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Wong. However, there was a bit of intelligence in his soul that wasn't chaotic. It blossomed with a dazzling light, causing others to be shaken awake. He was shocked and said in his heart, Saints are truly terrifying. If they say that I am guilty, then I have to agree. I feel that I am guilty, and my soul is almost completely twisted. This was truly shocking. A saint's words were law. With a single thought, they could change the world. Every move they made contained supreme power that mortals couldn't resist. Qianzi only said that he was guilty, but Chu Yang almost had no choice but to agree. His thoughts and thoughts were about to be completely changed, turning him into a puppet without thoughts of his own. He might even be a walking corpse. The power of his soul was truly terrifying. Chu Yang's heart was already drenched in cold sweat. If it weren't for his extraordinary soul, he would have already lost himself and become another person. And all of this happened in an instant. Ha! Immediately, he laughed loudly and mockingly. What a bandit's logic. You broke into my home and committed crimes, so you want to kill me and set fire to my home. It's not wrong for me to cut you with a knife, but it's also a crime. Bug, what kind of dog fart are you? His voice was very loud, and it resounded throughout the entire place. Insects. Everyone turned pale with fright. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. What guts! Not only did he rebuke Qianzi, he actually insulted Qianzi by calling him a bug. How audacious! No adjectives were enough to describe Chu Yang's impudence. Qianzi was very surprised. His sun-moon-shaped eyes couldn't help but stare deeply into Chu Yang's eyes. You can actually resist my mental strength. It seems that you have obtained some sort of supreme opportunity, which is why you dare to be so impudent in front of me. But if I say you are guilty, then you're guilty. If I ask you to kneel, then you have to kneel. Kneel. Spirit force was formless and colorless. However, Chu Yang could clearly sense that it was pervasive. It was like 100,000 heavenly soldiers invading his spirit, wanting to change it. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying thing. A person could be killed, but they definitely could not be defeated. However, the power of a saint could kill you and change your mind. Tai-bai jinxing. Chu Yang did his best to resist and let out a bellow. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and the void behind him suddenly dimmed. A stretch of boundless starry sky opened up, filled with countless stars. A supreme figure suddenly stepped out from the boundless space-time, appearing in the starry sky and landing behind Chu Yang. Using the 7 kneels of the Tai-bai jinxing, he activated the imprint that the Tai-bai jinxing had left behind in the world to fend off that terrifying spirit force. Still not enough. Chapter 2084. When the night sky appeared, the world was already dark. When he used the demon soul to communicate with the imprint left behind by the Darkness Demon Emperor, the entire world became completely dark. Soon, a supreme dark figure with surging demonic chi appeared, as if he had come from the deepest part of the universe, the darkest space-time. Dong! When the supreme dark figure landed, heaven and earth resonated. The remaining light receded, and the darkness deepened. There was no trace of light at all. Everyone only saw the phantoms of the Dark Demon Emperor, the Star Monarch, and Qianzi. Other than that, everything else was swallowed up by the darkness. However, in just an instant, the heaven and earth returned to normal. Chu Yang was still standing there as straight as a javelin, activating the imprints left behind by the 2 thearchs. He was barely able to resist the distortion caused by Qianzi's spirit force. The Star Lord of the Star Battle Academy, the Darkness Demon Emperor. Qianzi revealed a shocked expression and muttered to himself, "No wonder a dog like you can stir up so much trouble in the East Continent. Not bad. Give me the method to communicate with the Star Lord and the Darkness Demon Emperor, and I'll let you kill yourself." "Huh!" Chu Yang laughed loudly again and roared, "Bug, give me your saint's source, and I'll let you kill yourself." Saint's source. Qianzi was a saint. Many people were shocked again. Many of them never thought that Qianzi had already become a saint. However, Chu Yang's boldness shocked them even more. Since he knew that Qianzi was already a saint, why did he still dare to be so impudent? Swish! Qianzi's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and 2 light beams shot down. If it wasn't for the protection of the Star Lord and the Darkness Demon Emperor, Chu Yang would have exploded and turned into ashes. "Wild dog, you think I won't dare to kill you because you have something on me?" Something on him? Chu Yang was stunned, and the smile on his face disappeared. Soon after, his mind trembled violently. His mind turned at lightning speed, and he suddenly caught a glimpse of a light and guessed a possibility. Then he connected all his thoughts and laughed again. "So it's you, haha." He was overjoyed. He finally knew who the mastermind was, Qianzi. Qianzi had intended to unify the East Continent. He had taken advantage of the 6 Academies' grand competition to carry out his scheme, but he had been thwarted by Chu Yang in the end. Just now, if Qianzi had not mentioned it, it would have been hard for him to figure it out. Now, he finally understood why Qianzi had appeared. Qianzi could no longer tolerate him. Gong Sun Long was useless, so he could only do it himself. At this moment, Nan Gongxing was greatly shocked. It's actually Qianzi. Qianzi was the one who killed the saint and made Nan Gongxing the scapegoat. He was the mastermind behind everything. At this time, Feng Polong and Zhang Jian finally understood why the great six academies had hastily settled the matter and kept the peace. This was not only because it was related to the central state, but also because it was related to Qianzi. The reason why Qianzi dared to do this was definitely because he had found a strong ally in the Central Plains and had a great backing. Now that the truth had come to light, who knew how many people were instantly enlightened? Their hearts were in turmoil, and they found it difficult to calm down. How could they have thought that there was such a big secret hidden in this? You deserve to be killed. Qianzi's expression was extremely unsightly for the first time. Who was he? Xu Yang could guess that he was the mastermind behind the scenes from just a few words. So how could he not know from Xu Yang's words? Xu Yang only knew a little, but he had successfully intimidated him with that. It was a great humiliation, an unprecedented humiliation. He was actually frightened by a dog's little tricks. Huh? Xu Yang sensed Qianzi's burning killing intent and laughed heartily. He even pointed at Qianzi and provoked him. Do you dare to kill me? Can you kill me? Who do you think you are, bug? Chapter 2085. Despite Xu Yang's death-seeking provocation, Qianzi's wrath didn't come. Qianzi didn't get angry, and the sky didn't change color. Although one couldn't tell if Qianzi was a man or a woman from his face, one could tell if he was angry. Qianzi was calmly thinking about how to kill someone. Only then would he feel the most pain, regret, and fear. He said coldly, I can see that you are fearless. Let me see what you are relying on. After a pause, he looked down from above and said again without the slightest emotion, You'd better not disappoint me. Gong Sunlong's previous craziness was a little scary, but the current Qianzi was even more frightening. The two of them paled in comparison. Xu Yang's eyelids twitched. Although the revenge of an angry person was destructive, it wasn't the most terrifying. Only those who were extremely calm, after careful consideration, would make people shudder with fear. Obviously, Qianzi belonged to the latter. Qianzi didn't release his spirit force. Xu Yang was even more certain of this. He looked at the arena again and saw a sea of people kneeling down. He could clearly feel Qianzi's might. The sky was still cloudless, as if there was a diligent woman scrubbing it clean. It was incomparably clean, and one couldn't even find a wisp of cloud. Although an earth-shattering battle had taken place here and caused a huge commotion, nothing seemed to have changed. Xu Yang felt like he was sitting on pins and needles when facing such an enemy. Then he calmed down. Then I'll start my performance. Please enjoy. The Chu clan style started. Suddenly, Xu Yang looked at Lu Yunpeng, who was in the crowd, and said with a smile, Peng Peng, that thing wants to kill me. As my younger brother, what do you say? Instantly, everyone's attention was on Lu Yunpeng. However, he wasn't happy at all. He was so angry that his nose became crooked. Xu Heng immediately used him to block the disaster. This was really the best performance of Die Together with Me. Qianzi couldn't help but look at Lu Yunpeng. The 6 leaders in the enclosed stands also noticed Lu Yunpeng, grandson of the Rock Sage. The East Continent's patrol inspector immediately recognized Lu Yunpeng's identity and understood Xu Yang's intention. But he didn't understand why Xu Yang had connections with Lu Yunpeng and the Rock Sage, and even seemed to hold a lot of weight. The leader of the Sky Academy naturally knew about Lu Yunpeng. He also knew about the relationship between Xu Yang and Lu Yunpeng, as well as his relationship with Sage Peng. Xu Heng, this is really unpleasant. Lu Yunpeng looked at Xu Yang with a dark face. He was the first to rush to the front. He was very unwilling and unhappy, but he still said to Qianzi, If you think that my grandfather can't do anything to you after you kill that bastard Xu Heng, I suggest you kill him immediately. Everyone could hear Lu Yunpeng's reluctance, and it was precisely this kind of reluctance that made people see that he had a close relationship with Xu Yang. Qianzi didn't know Lu Yunpeng, nor did he know that Lu Yunpeng was the grandson of the Rock Sage. However, he was a sage and could easily find out everything from others. Rock's sage. His face seemed to be stained with a few spots of black mud, and his cold face was slightly gloomy. In an instant, he suddenly became lively and even looked a little cute. At least, this kind of Qianzi was more humane and not so frightening. Good fortune lurks in disaster, and good fortune relies on disaster. Chapter 2086. The sky seemed to be bluer, as if he was happier and more open-minded. Xia Xia, this thing wants to mess with me. What do you say? Xiao Wanjin saw Chu Yang smile and felt extremely disgusted. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What he couldn't accept was the two words Xia Xia. The sky is blue, but Xia Xia's face is black. Chu Yang smiled and said, I think it's because the sky is too blue. The sun chick hugged Xia Xia passionately. There's no barrier between them, so they can get close to each other. I wish Xia Xia and the sun chick's love will last forever. Waha! The parrot couldn't hold it in anymore. It fell to the ground and rolled around. Kaka! Xiao Wanjin gritted his teeth. He wanted to end this hellish torment immediately. He looked at Qianzi angrily. Do you know the Xia family of the Central State? If you can escape the Xia family's pursuit, I really hope that you can immediately take this bastard to the Sun Chick and have a passionate love affair. The Xia family of Zhongzhou, the descendant of a Shang emperor. Qianzi's face was even more gloomy. Although the Shang emperor had been dead for tens of thousands of years, and the Xia family of Zhongzhou had almost sunk to the bottom of the valley, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Damn it! Qianzi's anger rose. He wanted to roar and explode, but he didn't want the wild dog to see his uneasiness. He could only try to keep calm. That dog, is there anything else? That's not enough. Are you still disappointed? Oh, Qianzi only responded indifferently. He didn't like Chu Yang's arrogance, and he wouldn't compromise with a dog. This was his bottom line. However, he had to consider whether he could bear the consequences. Are you trying to say that if that's all, I can die? Chu Yang didn't have many trump cards. After Lu Yunpeng and Xiao Wanjin, it was Shang Wanlan's turn. He suddenly hesitated. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the rolling mountains in the distance. In the lush greenery, he saw a pair of birds flying together. He couldn't help but think, Shang Wanlan is my fiancée. Until now, I still don't dare to let the people of Central Province know. Previously, he had announced on the spot in the Sky Academy that Shang Wanlan was his fiancée. But today was different. If he did so on such an occasion, Zhongzhou State would definitely know. However, what was there not to do? As a man, he couldn't find a reason. If you think that's not enough, then I'll introduce you to someone else. Chu Yang didn't look at Qianzi. Instead, he kept looking at the pair of birds. He said, but before that, let me first tell you about my illness. I'm very vain. Or there's something else besides vanity. I'm not sure. But I'm sure that you'll be very uncomfortable. I'm very confident about this, because I'm such a person. It's easy for me to make people unhappy. Many people were very familiar with this, but they really didn't expect that things would turn out like this. This was really a kind of ability, a great ability. Who could let Qianzi listen to such nonsense for so long? But they also shuddered. How much did Qianzi hate Chu Yang? She's my fiancée. Chu Yang suddenly looked at Shang Wanlan with a smile, officially conveying all this to everyone present and to the people of Zhongzhou State. In an instant, all eyes were cast on Shang Wanlan. However, there was a fog that almost completely blocked their sight. They could only vaguely see a graceful figure in it. Chapter 2087. At this moment, Shang Wanlan lowered her head shyly. It was very charming, but no one could appreciate it. She was sweet and happy, but she was also embarrassed. All kinds of emotions mixed together, and it was extremely complicated. You should be envious of this plaything, and you should be jealous to death. Chu Yang was like a proud rooster. He puffed out his chest and said proudly, even if you don't now, I promise you will be like this later. Are you trying to say that you are just a useless snack who relies on women? When Qianzi looked at Shang Wanlan, his eyelids twitched. Even though he had the cultivation of a sage, he still couldn't see through the layer of fog surrounding Shangwanlan. It really shocked him. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Relying on women? That's it, right? You think it's a shame, but I think it's a blessing. Although I say it beautifully, I don't do it beautifully. Maybe whenever there is gossip or my fiancé is too strong, my little pride will act up. However, this is definitely the direction I work hard for. There's nothing wrong with it. Women are stronger than men. It's not like they want to die. However, in this world, perhaps only Chu Yang could say such nonsense." Naturally, he was telling the truth. He really couldn't say or do what he said. "Not only have you embarrassed a man, but you're also like a sissy," Qianzi criticized seriously. He seemed to be unable to stand Chu Yang's nagging. The veins on his face couldn't help but twitch. "Huh." Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. "This is also why I feel that I'm better than you. It's also why I feel superior in this world. I will never discriminate against women. Damn you." Qianzi was furious. He couldn't help but squint his eyes dangerously. Seeing this, Chu Yang continued to laugh. "Of course, I'm just saying it beautifully, but I might not be able to do it. I admit that I'm nagging, but I won't admit that it's because I can't control myself. It will only make you more unhappy." How dare he? Qianzi's patience had finally reached its limit. He was like a balloon that had been lightly pricked by a needle, causing a huge storm to erupt. Killing intent surged out. Along with his killing intent, his spirit force gushed out, drowning out Chu Yang, forming a spirit force field. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang's body was distorted. Ka-cha-cha! The sound of bones breaking rang out, but in an instant, Chu Yang's body had lost count of how many bones had been broken. His body was like a twisted towel. Under the extreme twisting, his meridians were sprained, his muscles were torn, and he was dripping with blood. He no longer looked like a human. "Wife, this thing, he keeps on bullying me and wants to kill me." He was barely able to shout. "Wong." At this moment, everyone's ears were pierced by a buzzing sound. After that, their minds were reformatted so that they could store something completely new. Their minds went blank, and the spirit force that was acting on Chu Yang was directly cut off. Qianzi turned pale with fright. Rumble. On Shangwanlan's side, without any warning, the entire void started to tremble. Behind her, a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone appeared in the void. A phantom held a brush and wrote one beautiful article after another. Every word seemed to be written about the rise and fall of the dynasty, the heroes and sinners in the history of Heavenly Soul World, the comments on the ancient events, the explanations of the various truths of heaven and earth, and so on. It even wrote about the long history of Heavenly Soul World. Chapter 2088. Emperor 1. Finally, he recognized the figure and cried out in shock. His entire body was trembling, and his heart was filled with fear. Emperor 1 was, of course, a great emperor. He was also the master and leader of the Central Continent Divine Dynasty. His status was incomparably revered. Even the divine emperors of the Central Continent Divine Dynasty had to treat him with great respect, not daring to show any disrespect. Once Emperor 1 got angry, the Central Continent would definitely be shaken. In addition, Emperor 1 was extremely supported by the Central Continent God Dynasty, and he was also a cornerstone of the Central Continent God Dynasty. It was once said that half of the credit for the stability of the Central Continent God Dynasty belonged to Emperor 1, and his achievements almost overshadowed his masters. In addition, even if Emperor 1's achievements overshadowed his masters, and his prestige was greater than the God Emperor of the Central Continent God Dynasty, the God Emperor would never suspect him, because that was Emperor 1, who was loyal to the Emperor and loved his country. He would never do something as disgraceful as going against the Emperor. Such a thing would never happen. Although Emperor 1's strength had reached the level of Great Emperor, he did not accept titles like Emperor 1 or King 1, as he thought it was a kind of disobedience. Therefore, the two words Emperor 1 were never heard of in the Central Continent, and the people of the Central Continent called him Duke Jiao instead of Emperor 1. Qianzi did not expect that a mere wild dog would have such heaven-defying luck to have such a fiancé, who was closely related to Emperor Wen. Duke Jiao! At this moment, in the enclosed stands, the inspector of the East Continent suddenly jumped up from his seat, his voice trembling, and his eyes filled with disbelief. The leaders of the 6 academies were also instantly panicked. They were high and mighty in the East Continent, and everyone was like an ant to them. However, there was always a mountain higher than the one before, and they were just ants in front of Emperor Wen. Fortunately, Emperor Wen was a scholar, a reasonable scholar, and what they did was reasonable. However, they instantly realized that this was actually the most terrible thing. Because of Emperor Wen's character, Chu Yang and Shang Wanlan's engagement was very firm. Despising the poor and loving the rich, and even breaking off the engagement, such a thing would probably not happen. In this way, Chu Yang's identity would be completely different, and there was almost a possibility of it being shaken. Of course, the 6 of them were unwilling to see such a thing happen. As for the sacred sovereign and the heads of the 6 academies, there was even less of a need to talk about them. Their actions would probably bring about a great disaster, and they would die without a burial ground. Shang Wanlan's move was like throwing a deep water bomb. Many people never thought that she had such a noble identity. To be honest, Chu Yang did not expect this at all. He didn't know what kind of person Emperor Wen was or how powerful he was. He didn't even need to know that he was a great emperor. All he needed to know was Qianzi's shock and fear. Qianzi was a domineering, arrogant, and conceited person. There weren't many things that could make him feel fear, and even fewer things that could make him tremble. Even a great emperor might not be able to do so. Chu Yang wasn't just spouting nonsense. Take himself, for example. Wasn't he also looking down on the rulers of the God Realm? In fact, he even took pleasure in provoking the rulers of the God Realm. Qianzi's arrogance should not be inferior to his. Therefore, he smiled bitterly. If he wanted to marry Shang Wanlan, he was afraid that it would be extremely difficult, even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. In other words, it was impossible. Chapter 2089. In the midst of the shock, the East Continent inspector came out from the closed stands. He had a fair complexion and lived like a prince, like a rich lord. He seemed to have no cultivation and only had one eye. As soon as he appeared in front of the crowd, he cupped his fists at Shang Wanlan and asked carefully, "Are you the divine fragrance lady?" Her beautiful face was not close, but her fragrance was overwhelming. It was not the fragrance of flowers or powder, but a strange fragrance that refreshed the mind and helped one comprehend the Tao. Shang Wanlan's whole body was fragrant, and that kind of fragrance could help one comprehend the Tao, so she was called the Divine Fragrance Lady. In addition, she was very talented. So many people called her the Divine Fragrance Lady. This was only one. As far as the East Continent inspector knew, the identity of the woman in front of him, if he guessed correctly, she should have many familiar titles, such as Flower Pistol Fairy, 100-Flower Princess, Ninth Heaven Mysterious Lady, just name a few. The reason for this was that Shang Wanlan, apart from the strange fragrance on her body, her appearance was also amazing. In addition to other things, there were many descriptions for her. Moreover, stunning beauties had always been the focus of people's discussions. My surname is Shangwan. Shang Wanlan did not admit the so-called Divine Fragrance Lady, but directly said her surname. Her voice was like a fairy's voice, very pleasant to listen to, like a fairy song that briefly sounded in people's ears, immediately making people feel as if there was a stream flowing through their hearts, cleansing their souls. To be honest, the East Continent inspector did not know the real name of the Divine Fragrance Lady, and he was not qualified to know, but in an instant he was sure of Shang Wanlan's identity. There are not many women who could calm people's hearts with just her voice, and those related to Emperor Wen were even fewer. Therefore, the woman in front of him must be the Divine Fragrance Lady, Emperor Wen's most precious granddaughter, and he could not allow her to suffer any grievances. The East Continent inspector's palms were sweating. Sun Jiming greets the Divine Fragrance Lady. Greetings to Mr. Sun. Please don't make me feel unworthy. When Sun Jiming heard Shangwan Lan's humble words, he could not help but sigh in his heart. As expected of Emperor Wen's granddaughter, there is not the slightest arrogance, and she does not make people feel that she is overbearing. He was slightly relieved. Shangwan Lan was well-educated and reasonable. Even if she didn't like him, she wouldn't make things difficult for him. As for how much he would be disliked, that would depend on his performance later. However, he didn't make a sound. What he needed to do now was to protect Chu Yang's life. Although it was unknown how many people in the central continent would want to kill Chu Yang after knowing about him, but that was a matter for the future. At this moment, Chu Yang absolutely could not be lost. Sun Jiming was extremely wary of Qianzi. Silently, he landed behind Chu Yang. His nerves were tense, and he was vigilant against Qianzi's various actions. And he felt that this was enough. Shangwan Lan would definitely understand what he meant. When Qianzi saw Sun Jiming's actions, it was just as Chu Yang had said. At this moment, he was truly envious. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. His knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists, wanting to smash Chu Yang with a single punch. However, he had no choice but to restrain himself. In fact, he even had to control his spirit force. He really couldn't afford to offend Chu Yang. There are definitely not many men like him, right? In an instant, Shangwan Lan became the center of the world. She was like an empress. Her voice was extremely cold, but it was filled with majesty. Anger and killing intent were faintly discernible, causing Sun Jiming's heart to skip a beat. This Chu Yang's position in the divine fragrance lady's heart is definitely not low. How could he be the only one? The hearts of the leaders of the 6 campuses sank. Chapter 2090. Then you should understand, right? Shangwan Lan's voice grew colder. Whoosh. Qianzi didn't say a word. After struggling for a while, he left with Gongsun Long and disappeared in an instant. Damn it! Long Xiaojun was so angry that he was trembling. His hands and feet surged with power, but he tried to restrain himself. However, he couldn't restrain himself in the end. With a loud bang, the ground shattered and dust soared into the sky. Afterwards, he sensed an extremely cold, killing intent land on his body. His entire body went rigid, a clump of flames burning fiercely within him. Everyone's gazes fell on him. Immediately, he was at a loss as if he was naked. His face turned red in an instant. Chen Burang gritted his teeth. Blood streaks crawled out his eyes. He was about to burn. The woman he had always admired was trying her best to protect a lowly man. Chu Yang saw Long Xiaojun and Chen Burang. He smiled bitterly in his heart. I don't know how many people like them there are in Zhongzhou. When he thought about it, he realized that things were troublesome. Maybe those people in Zhongzhou would come to Dongzhou out of jealousy. If so, many forces in Zhongzhou would intervene in Dongzhou. His situation would be even more worrying. It would be even more difficult for him to make the eastern wilderness rise again in Dongzhou. There were pros and cons. Chu Yang realized that he hadn't thought it through. He didn't let the ice kraken take action. Instead, he let Shangwan Lan protect him. This greatly shocked Qianzi, the inspector of Dongzhou, and the leaders of the 6 academies. However, it also made a big deal out of it. A slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. A woman like Shangwan Lan, who had such a noble identity, was an influential figure. She was the focus of attention. Her every move was likely to cause a big storm. I can't wait any longer. Before those people in Zhongzhou get involved in Dongzhou, I have to act first. Otherwise, I may never have a chance. Everyone, after making up his mind, he immediately opened his mouth and attracted everyone's attention. Here, in order to prove that I am handsome, I would like to announce a shocking news to everyone. Chu Yang narcissistically flipped the hair in front of his forehead. Then he said with a smile, after careful consideration, I've decided to slaughter a saint. At first, no one had any reaction, but after a while, there was a loud bang. It was as if a huge meteorite from outer space had fallen into the sea of people. I didn't hear wrongly. Shu Heng actually wants to slaughter a saint. What kind of bullshit ability does he have? How dare you say such things? Aren't you afraid of angering the saints and inviting a fatal disaster? Has Chu Heng gone mad? Has he lost his mind? Is he saying crazy things? I seriously doubt if he even knows what he's saying. That's just bullshit. It's pure nonsense. Don't you all know about the Chu clan's facade? This thing must be up to something again. It's a gimmick to attract everyone's attention so that it can dig a hole behind people's backs. I just don't know who will be the unlucky one this time. This person must be a little expert at digging holes. That was why he had such a deep understanding of Chu Yang. What's impossible? He can't do it. But what about others? After all, he still relies on women. Suddenly, the whole place fell completely silent. Chu Yang did have the possibility of slaughtering a saint. Although it was not his ability, it was not his ability, but Shangwan Lan. Anyway, it was really possible for him to slaughter a saint. Everyone below the saint was an ant. Chapter 2091. The entire place instantly fell silent, oppressive and deathly silent. This was the most unforgettable for Chun Burang. He was the first victim of such a method. Sun Jiming, who was behind Chu Yang, finally understood why this thing in front of him was so hateful. He even had the urge to kill Chu Yang immediately. What kind of reaction is this? Chu Yang directly jumped up and shouted. Exclamations, screams, disbelief, have all of you been eaten by maggots? Chu Yang also felt that he should be beaten up with a rod. He wasn't as smug as him. However, he didn't care. He didn't want to torment Sky, who was currently uncomfortable. He had never been happy in the 6 academies combined tournament. His heart had always been heavy, and he had been worrying about this and that. His brain was overloaded, and it was even more tiring than cultivation. Now that he knew the mastermind, the situation was even worse. He wanted to go crazy first. I say, can you guys give some reaction? This is killing a saint, after all. It's like an ordinary person wanting to kill an emperor. You still know? Everyone was cursing in their hearts, and they were even more envious and jealous. If they had such a fiancé, they might also show off like this. Shangwan Lan rolled her eyes. Chu Yang had gone crazy again. Let's talk about the first question first. Chu Yang soon felt that it was meaningless, and if no one took it seriously, it wouldn't be fun, so he emphasized, I'm serious about killing a saint, and I'm also serious about showing off. Let's talk about the problem of living off a woman. Chu Yang stretched out 2 fingers. To forge iron, one needs to be strong, and living off a woman is a skill. Not everyone can live off a woman like me. I'll show you what I'm capable of, and let you guys be shocked. Suddenly, he shouted at Lu Yunpeng. Peng Peng, go and tell our grandfather to help me kill a saint. Lu Yunpeng wanted to hit someone, but he just glared. Chu Heng, is my grandfather your servant? He really wasn't in a good mood. Chu Yang didn't even think before speaking. How could he speak carelessly about something like slaughtering a saint? He was sure that if Shangwan Lan was not here, Chu Yang would have been killed. Are you going or not? Chu Yang directly rolled up his sleeves. His eyes were even bigger than Lu Yunpeng's and even more furious than Lu Yunpeng's. I'm not going. If you have the ability, go and invite him yourself. Lu Yunpeng directly turned his head to the side. Rumble. The 5 Hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldron moved in the air, as heavy as a mountain. In the blink of an eye, it formed a formation above Lu Yunpeng's head. Hee. Chu Yang only then smiled wickedly. He said to Lu Yunpeng, I'll treat you to a big meal, and then I'll strip you naked and hang you up to dry. Peng Peng, what do you think? You bastard. Lu Yunpeng gritted his teeth. His eyes were so angry that they could almost spit fire. Thank you for the compliment. Chu Yang enjoyed it very much. Are you going now? Yes. Lu Yunpeng finished speaking and couldn't help but roll up his sleeves. He wanted nothing more than to go up and fight Chu Heng, but he could only think about it. He gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Chu Heng, just you wait. Peng Peng, go play in the mud. Chu Yang impatiently waved his hand at Lu Yunpeng, then said to Xia Wanjin, Xia, go to the family and invite a saint to help me kill a saint. The lesson of the past was a lesson for the future. Lu Yunpeng vividly explained in front of him. So Xiao Wanjin directly said, Chu Hang, I'll take my revenge from the beginning to the end. Good boy, good boy. Xiao Wanjin was comforted like a child. His vision turned black, and he almost fell over. Everyone, Chu Yang became serious and said with a smile, What do you think of my moves? Only then did people realize that Chu Yang's wings were fully fledged. Chu Yang raised his head and looked at the closed spectator stance. He said playfully, The six of you, guess who was the first saint that I killed? What was the meaning of this? Was he threatening the leaders of the 6 academies? Chapter 2092. He was a madman. The moment Chu Yang threatened the leaders of the 6 great academies, everyone's heart was in turmoil, and they could not calm down. The 6 of you should think about it carefully. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. The frivolous expression on Chu Yang's face disappeared, and he said to Sheng Wanlan, Lan, let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Yang and Sheng Wanlan left quickly, and the crowd was in an uproar. What is Chu Hang planning to do? Overturn the situation in the East Continent and restore the name of the Eastern Wilderness? Using a woman to act like a tyrant. How shameless is he? Are you stupid? Is there any use in criticizing him like that? That wild dog won't care about that. I regret it. I should have killed that wild dog long ago. It's too late to say anything now. Many people felt extremely remorseful. They felt that they had let Chu Yang off too much. So much so that no one could restrain him anymore. Kill Chu Hang? Someone sneered. Not many people wanted to kill Chu Hang before. It's easy for you to say that. That's right. Many people agreed. Go and kill one, and you'll know the consequences. In the end, the Eastern Wilderness is still the root of the problem. As long as the discrimination between the East Continent and the Eastern Wilderness doesn't change, Chu Hang will definitely not stop. This time, the East Continent will be in trouble. Everyone had their own opinions, and everyone had their own opinions. Sun Jiming had returned to the closed spectator stand, and he said to the leaders of the 6 great academies with a serious expression, Previously, the holy disciple was killed carelessly, which was a form of connivance on Qianzi's part. Now that Chu Yang wanted to kill Gong Sun Long, but was stopped, he has already seen through it. Sigh. After saying that, he let out a long sigh. Do as you see fit. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jiming left. I'm afraid that's not all. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Academy broke the silence. When you stopped him, you killed him, right? Brother Guo, what do you mean? Could it be that Brother Guo also favors that wild dog? The leaders of the Sky Academy, the Sky Sword Academy, the Myriad Elephant Academy, and the Star Academy all glared coldly at the leader of the Sky Demon Academy. What is it? The leader of the Sky Demon Academy's face turned ugly. Brother Beigong, are you planning to attack me? Sigh. The Divine Firmament Academy's leader couldn't help but sigh. This is why this kid is so terrifying. He's clearly trying to split us apart. His method of beating the grass and alerting the snake is truly astonishing. The atmosphere immediately eased up. The 6 of them were well aware of this. Because of Sheng Wanlan, it was impossible for the East Continent Inspector to intervene. Furthermore, when the 6 of them had tried to stop Chu Yang from killing Gong Sun Long, other than the 2 leaders from the Heavenly Demon Academy and Divine Firmament Academy, the other 4 had wanted to kill him. They had used their spirit force on Chu Yang, killing him instantly. This also became an excuse for Chu Yang. Therefore, after Shang Wanlan revealed her identity, Chu Yang took advantage of this situation to make things difficult for her. In addition, if he made a move now, it would be too late for those who wanted to kill Chu Yang to intervene, even if the news spread back to the central province. He was really good at scheming and unusually sharp. The question now is, can he invite Sage Peng and the Sage of the Xia family? This was the first question that the leader of the Sky Academy wanted to confirm. Even if he can't, isn't there still Lady Divine Fragrance? Sheng Wanlan. Chapter 2093. We could try to negotiate with him. The Eastern Wilderness is easy to talk about. He's not a 3-year-old kid. He definitely knows that if the Eastern Wilderness wants to rise in the East Continent, they'll have to go through a storm of blood. That's why it's imperative to kill a saint. The topic became heavier. The 6 of them knew very well that it was up to Chu Yang to decide who to attack. In truth, the leaders of the Heavenly Demon Academy and the Divine Firmament Academy weren't very worried. Because of Jing Wuming, the Heavenly Demon Academy and the Divine Firmament Academy wouldn't be Chu Yang's target. However, they had to set an example, or else it would be unavoidable. Therefore, the leaders of these 2 academies were very close to the leaders of the other 4 academies. On the other hand, the 2 of them definitely didn't want the Eastern Wilderness to rise in the East Continent. Perhaps the 2 of them had said that they didn't care about the rise of the Eastern Wilderness. However, when the time came, the identity of the people of the East Continent and their preferences burst forth. His first choice is very likely to be the Gongsun family. Not necessarily. The Gongsun family has an amazing divine tool, like the Yin-Yang 4 symbols vase. It won't be easy to take down the Gongsun family. That's right. The wild dog's first battle must be foolproof. Only then can we continue to push forward this trend. Whether the leaders of the 6 academies worked together in the end or had their own ideas and plans was unknown. In another location, halfway up a mountain in the Middle Sky mountain range, the terrain was open, the vegetation was lush, and the scenery was beautiful. It was an excellent place to set up camp. Naturally, Chu Yang had chosen this place. At the moment, there were Shangwan Lan, Shangwan Meilil Guai, the Parrot, the Redbird, Chui Xinho's trio, and Lu Yunping's trio. Chu Yang's small group had all gathered here. Every one of them had already felt that when Chu Yang said that he would slaughter a saint in the martial arts arena, it was definitely not a joke. I say, Chu Hang, can we not play with our hearts beating faster? The parrot was already trembling. Whenever it thought about something as big as slaughtering a saint, it would become restless and restless. It fluttered about like an ant on a hot pan. Yaya, Lil Guai also cried out. To it, killing a saint was no different from courting death. In addition, it also didn't agree. Why must they kill? Why must they slaughter saints? Little Guai, from now on, you're not allowed to make a sound. Just watch from the side. Before Chu Yang could get angry, Shangwan Lan had already glared at him. He couldn't help but touch his neck helplessly. Xiao Guai had already become Shangwan Lan's treasure. Little bitch, if you continue behaving like that, I'll chop off your wings and barbecue them. The parrot realized that Chu Yang wasn't speaking in a frivolous manner, so it didn't dare to talk back to him. The Eastern Wilderness. Don't you want to reconsider? Chui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and Olujing's bodies were also faintly trembling. Such a thing as slaughtering a saint was really too shocking. They had never thought that there would be a day when they would need to take such a step. A saint was a saint after all. It was not something that the 3 of them could imagine. That's all you've got. Chu Yang immediately reprimanded them. Of course, he naturally felt pressure in his heart. The reaction of the parrot and the others deepened this kind of pressure, but he didn't waver, nor did he continue to be angry at Chui Xinho and the others. He just said, Go, invite Senior Sima Jian here. Yes, the Eastern Wilderness. The 3 of them also noticed that Chu Yang was determined to do it. They didn't say anything else, and the 3 of them left together. Contact Grandpa. I need an answer later, Chu Yang said to Lu Yunpeng as he was thinking intensely. He wasn't sure if Saint Peng would come, but how would he know if he didn't try? Are you sure you want to do this? Lu Yunpeng asked seriously in a low voice. Do you think I would joke about this kind of thing? This is imperative, Chu Yang said seriously, then continued, It's time to end everything in the East Continent. Chapter 2094. Xiao Wanjin and Chu Yang looked at each other for a while. Chu Yang did not look away, so Xiao Wanjin said solemnly, I need to prove that you are worthy of the family's help. Everything was about benefits, and there was no friendship. However, Chu Yang felt warmth in his heart. Xiao Wanjin was sincerely helping him. For a family, The family's interests were always the most important. Xiao Wanjin was only a member of the Xia family, so he could not and was not qualified to represent the family. Even if he wanted to invite a saint from the family, it would not be as easy as Chu Yang thought. Get ready to record it. Xiao Wanjin was stunned for a moment, then immediately did as he was told. He took out a pearl that could record images and placed it in his palm. Phew! Chu Yang took a deep breath. Then, he exhaled a puff of white smoke. The white breath was like a sword, and it cut a towering ancient tree in half. Then, a misty turbulence surged, and waves of shocking roars came from it. In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, bear, leopard, wolf, elephant, flower, bird, fish, insect, sun, moon, star, and so on. Everything was displayed. One breath to create 10,000 spirits. Chu Yang's breath seemed to become all things in the world. It was extremely shocking. Shangguan Lan's beautiful eyes lit up with surprise. She was very surprised. Chu Yang was far more outstanding than she had imagined, and he definitely had his own secrets. However, she realized that she did not know Chu Yang that well. The parrot and Xiao Guai were stunned. Is that enough? This was one of Chu Yang's gains in the realm of the gods. Yes, Xiao Wanjin said after a long time. One breath to create 10,000 spirits. At Chu Yang's level, no one in Zhongzhou could do that. He dared to use his head to guarantee that. This was enough to prove Chu Yang's potential and convince his family. All he had to do was to invite a saint from his family. Such a matter was as easy as blowing off dust. How could the Xia family care about the East Continent? However, with Chu Yang's potential, the Xia family would definitely invest in him. It was too easy to choose between the two. How many secrets do you have, and to what extent have you reached? Lu Yunpeng was really shocked and couldn't help but ask. How should I put it? Chu Yang had a lot of reservations, but what he said was also very true. Right now, it's very difficult for me to break through the next realm. The origin of a saint can only help me break through a few small realms at most. Hiss. At this moment, even Shangguan Lan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The origin of a saint was Chu Yang, but he was only at this level. You can directly devour the source energy of the saints. They won't affect you. This method was very fast for ordinary people, but it also had a great drawback because it was equivalent to inheriting the martial path of a saint, and it would be very difficult to break through later. No, the sage's source energy is just a source of power that pushes my martial path forward slowly. 100 grotto heavens were like a car, and the source energy of a saint was generally like gasoline. This was also one of the reasons why Chu Yang wanted to kill a saint. Lu Yunpeng and all the others were silent. When Chu Yang and Shangguan Lan left to talk about some private matters, he looked at Chu Yang's back and couldn't help but say, "He's really a monster." After hearing this, little Guai and the parrot couldn't help but nod repeatedly. After that, Lu Yunpeng looked at Xiao Wanjin to find a sense of agreement. What do you think? If you can describe him as a monster, I've never seen such a monster. I've never seen such a strange thing either. The sage's source energy is just the driving force for his martial path. It's hard to imagine. Xiong Wanxiang was still in a daze. He felt like he was in a dream, and everything was so unreal. Chapter 2095. Reminiscing about the past, looking forward to the future, living in the present, sweet and sweet. This was what Chu Yang and Shangguan Lan said and did when they were together. Chu Yang, of course, thoroughly understood the situation of Shangguan Lan's family. Emperor Wen's real name was Shangguan Xiang. He liked to write, paint, and write poems. He was especially fond of wine and called himself the drunkard. Shangguan Lan's father, Shangguan Yun, was different from his father. He had a headache when he saw brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and wanted to make poems, calligraphy, and paintings. However, he was especially fond of wine and martial arts. His mother was Huang Fuchenying. She was virtuous and gentle, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was the person who made Chu Yang feel the most pressure. For every son-in-law, the mother-in-law was definitely 3 mountains on the son-in-law. Moreover, Chu Yang was a rough person. Although he had some poems from his previous life in his mind, he felt even more pressure in the face of an exquisite mother-in-law. As for Emperor One and his future father-in-law, they both liked wine, so the direction of their attack was completely clear. At worst, Chu Yang could brew some good wine to suit their tastes. At least, he felt that it would be much easier to deal with these 2 people. Of course, he knew many of his potential love rivals. When he heard that one of them, whose surname was Kong, gave Shangwan Lan a lot of pressure, he was unhappy. He immediately made a couplet and asked Shangwan Lan to find a way to silently pass it to that thing. The couplet Shangwan Lan received was generally as follows. There were 3 teachers in 1 village and 2 miles. They didn't know the 4 books, 5 classics, and 6 meanings, but dared to teach 7, 8, and 9 sons very bold. In the picture, the dragon didn't roar, the tiger didn't roar, the little wild dog was laughable. Orioles and swallows, green and red, harmonious and harmonious everywhere. My superior prestige, I show the courage of a tiger. You plant a tree horizontally. If it was someone with the same background as Chu Yang, they would be very familiar with these couplets. They would know that someone was probably trying to realize a classic movie scene in Tianhun World. Although Shangwan Lan didn't know these, she knew that Chu Yang was already digging a hole. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. She secretly thought in her heart. He hadn't even gone to Zhongzhou, and he had already dug a hole in advance. How far-sighted. She didn't know about Chu Yang's bad taste, but it was very difficult. After all, she needed the other party to cooperate. But how would she know if she didn't try? Chu Yang immediately got down to business. Lan Lan, I need to know exactly when the saints sent by those bastards from the Central Plains will arrive. Can you help me with this? As he spoke, he bowed to Shangwan Lan and said with a smile, Husband, I thank Madam first. Shangwan Lan blushed and immediately changed the topic. Brother Yang, are you worried that the saints of the Central Region will interfere with the Central Region and disrupt your plan? Chu Yang smiled. You can say that, but not necessarily. Shangwan Lan did not continue to ask. After Chu Yang secretly took a bite of her and waited for her to calm down, he said to a hidden corner in the distance, Can you have some morals? Do you know what it means to be alone? Do you know what it means to be a third wheel in the distance? You are a third wheel in the distance. Immediately, Shangwan Lan showed a surprised expression. She had just been sweet with Chu Yang, and her mind was completely focused on Chu Yang. She didn't notice that someone was nearby and someone was actually monitoring them. This was really bad. Although she didn't know what a third wheel was, she clearly understood what it meant to be alone. Not to mention Chu Yang, she was naturally extremely unhappy. And when the husband and wife were intimate, there was someone secretly watching them, which really made her mood extremely bad. In particular, when she thought that the person in the dark was likely to be an admirer of hers in Zhongzhou and was sent to monitor her, the killing intent in her heart suddenly blazed. Chapter 2096. Lan Lan, don't be angry. Chu Yang sensed Shangwan Lan's killing intent and understood. He smiled. This is a dead person, Nangong Xing from the Star Do Academy. Nangong Xing. Shangwan Lan couldn't help but open her mouth wide. How could she not know the name Nangong Xing? In the end, all the blame for the holy disciple's death in the 6 Academies Alliance tournament was put on Nangong Xing, and it was rumored that Nangong Xing had died long ago. However, this dead person had appeared at this moment. When Shangwan Lan heard the person in the dark admit that he was Nangong Xing, she couldn't help but look at Chu Yang. She was even more surprised. Her big brother Yang wasn't simple. He seemed to be more powerful than she had imagined. Chu Yang was extremely satisfied when he saw Shangwan Lan's expression of admiration. I'm Nangong Xing, but I'm definitely not a dead person. Nangong Xing smiled bitterly. He had actually been framed by Chu Yang like this. He had even become an unpardonable sinner. Earlier, he had clearly sensed Shangwan Lan's killing intent. It wasn't a joke. After all, She was the divine fragrance lady of the Central Continent. Even Qianzi and the East Continent Patrol Inspector had to respect her. Lan Lan, just do your best to do what I told you earlier. Shu Yang continued. Also, I'm going to tell a dead person about some schemes. It's not good for you to be brought out by me. You shouldn't dirty your ears. Go back and help me take care of my little Guai. Okay. Shang Wanlan nodded and left. Nangong Xing agreed with this. It was best if women didn't know about how sinister men were. He also believed that Shu Yang definitely had some sinister ideas. He liked this rotten idea very much. However, his first sentence had nothing to do with this rotten idea. Do you really want to kill a saint? His tone couldn't help but become serious. To be honest, he was quite shocked by Chu Yang's bomb. Even now, he still couldn't believe it. What do you think? Chu Yang said with a smile. In an instant, Nangong Xing hated the words, what do you think? If Feng Polong was here, he would definitely feel the same way. Is it that hard to give a definite answer? He couldn't help but glare. Chu Yang was really too good at making people unhappy. If you ride a tiger, it's impossible to get off. We must do it. Chu Yang smiled and said, right now, we're just deciding who to target. Nangong Xing looked at Chu Yang in a daze. After a while, he sighed and said, Chu Yang is indeed bold Chu. You really live up to your reputation. Chu Yang cupped his fists and said, you flatter me, you flatter me. Brother, you should praise me even more. I'm more comforted. Nangong Xing couldn't help but laugh. Then he asked in a deep voice, who do you plan to attack? Right now, it's the Gong Sun clan. If I say that I'm going to kill Gong Sun Long, I'm going to kill him. He can't escape. Nangong Xing was shocked. He shouted, Gong Sun family? You should know that the Gong Sun family has the top-grade divine artifact, the Yin Yang 4 Symbols Vase. Moreover, the Gong Sun family has at least 3 saints. Not to mention the saints, the Yin Yang 4 Symbols Vase was too difficult to deal with. Therefore, he didn't think that it was a wise choice. Shu Yang didn't care. Your reaction makes me even more certain. Although the Gong Sun family isn't as famous as the 6 great academies in the East Continent, it's the most powerful one. It's also the toughest bone in the East Continent. If we don't attack it, who else can we attack? Chu Yang had some doubts about this before, but now he didn't. The 6 great academies worked together and had always controlled the East Continent. Therefore, they were naturally more famous. However, in terms of individual strength, the Gong Sun family was still the most powerful one. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.